Hello, VOD viewers. Oh, I didn't clear space on my hard drive. I actually think there's probably enough, but let me just double check. It's a little close. We can delete something real quick. Now that I essentially record every stream I do just to try to help with the timestamps and everything using this stuff, it takes up a lot of space. I just got to remember to delete it every now and then. Empty recycle bin. Zoot. All right, we're good. Okay, we got a bit of a slow start today, but it's fine. We now have 2 games away from 7K. We're going to try to get that, and then we'll do replay reviews like we usually do on Wednesdays. This never fixed itself. It's still bugged. I don't know how to get rid of it. It's busted. All right, we'll do the same. The usual heroes that we like and enjoy. Didn't get as much of a chance to do some warm-ups today, but I think it'll be okay. I'm just going to throw ourselves into it. Oh, ping the Discord. There we go. Boom. Try to remember to do timestamps today, especially when it comes to replayed reviews.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you.
It's way
my
harder to do
countdown a
those
bit.
manually. NPR. Sorry, I baited you. I opened Dota to check something before I was ready to launch the stream. Thank you so much. Look. This is for you right there. Pay to win gaming. I can't wait to tank my MMR after hitting 7K. I'm really looking forward to it. Yo, House is here. All right, this is the win right here. Everyone try real hard.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Pop in Loch Ness Monster gifted a tier 1 sub to Love Life Streams.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Who love
Pop
live
in Loch
streams?
Ness Monster gifted a tier 1 sub to Hitachi-sama.
Yo, poppin'
Whoa,
Loch
who's
Ness
that? Thank you.
Monster.
Whoa.
Going
Pop in
crazy
Loch
with the
Ness
gifted
Monster
subs
gifted a
lately.
tier 1
Thank you
sub
so
to
much.
Spooky_URL.
Today is the day. It is
Whoa, who's that?
happening.
Thank
We
you.
are doing
Whoa.
this.
Pop in Loch Ness Monster gifted a tier 1 sub to Wan_Sanchez_.
It's not happening. It's so over, guys.
Whoa, who's that?
It's
Thank you.
over.
Whoa.
It's
Pop in
done.
Loch Ness Monster gifted a tier 1 sub to Tirups464.
Alright, we'll play Maiden. Ah, we're gonna get bopped by frickin' Treants. Alright, let's go. We can't possibly lose now with all those gifted subs. Thank you so much. Whoa, guys. The Kez. That's so rare. Oh, let me do my timestamp. Am I changing my items at all? We're probably against Skywrath. Maybe a Nature's Off lane. Ooh, it's a Nature's Off lane. Okay. That's very annoying. Are we a good first blood lineup actually? Whatever. I'll give it a go. This is annoying. I feel like I'm gonna have to buy a Quelling Blade, but I'm not sure what I have to get rid of to do it. I'm thinking if I have to get rid of the magic stick, but I'm Crystal Maiden. I really want a magic stick. All right, all our problems are solved if we get first blood, guys. If we get first blood, we can buy everything we need. I wish we all came top. I didn't say it, so I suppose it's my fault. But, not the double down. Maybe it should be the double down. Do you think you'll be invited to cast more ESL tournaments? I certainly hope so, but I'm not expecting to be like at every single one. Part of the reason we got to do ESL Raleigh is because we're local here, and ESL tries to hire a set of local casters to any LAN they do. And that's why sometimes like the top tier 1 casters don't strictly go to every LAN, and we peasants get to do some. This is... Where is he even? I don't even see him. He's this tree? That's crazy. I can't believe that worked. Okay, he did not micro his treant correctly to block our camp, so got that going for us. Oh, you know, I wasn't even paying attention to what facet I took. I should have got that range creep as well, by the way. Aw, man. So rude. I hope he's not dying while I'm body blocking this. I'm a few seconds early. Place it, jeez. I'm gonna pull this camp. Oh, that's not what I wanted to buy. The two most valuable, perfect. That barrier really didn't do much, I think. But I feel better for having used it. There's a part of me that wishes I had taken the passive, because I feel like this is not a lane we can easily get kills in. Damn, if that stun hits, we can go for that kill, I think. Clarity, protect it. I'm just gonna get it. Oh, okay, he's back. Does Kez even buy bottle? I'm going for the rune. It's a good crystal clone game. I hope I get it. I have to remember to push my team to do the shard. The tormentor. House is here, so at least we have one person who will likely do it. Okay, no ward bottom, otherwise Queen of Pain wouldn't have walked there when I'm already in position. Is this camp up? Ooh, that's a little farther than This is really deep. This feels kind of forced, but we got the kill and we got out, so we'll take it. Monkey, go get that. It's crazy that we didn't just take that wisdom rune, guys. That's absolutely insane. It's also insane that it's still here. Kind of TPing right in sight, but damn, miscounted on that. Take my ult when I have no mana. Heck yeah, we do. We'll get 4 staff to deal with Sprout, along with the kiting issues that are going to happen, and then the kiting troll, getting away from Skywrath ult. There's a lot of reasons 4 staff's good. And then I'll buy my own shard if we don't get one for free at some point. Go! He probably saw me do that, actually. Freak him out a little. Sufficiently freaked. See if I win this. Doesn't look like I am. Maybe if I frostbit first. I had the mangoes. Could have had the barrier. It would have been close. My series of events after this could have been a little better, I think. I need to check over here. Kind of a bad time to do so. Gonna lose our mid though. No one's got a quelling blade? I didn't want to have to reveal myself like that. Surely she would have reacted if there was a ward here. Nope. Not sure how this game is going, guys. I think I kind of regret this TP back. Though, I think we also can't let this go to waste and have to defend it, so maybe it's okay. As long as I don't get dove and killed. We miss every CS though? Yeah, we do. Oh, we got that one. Ouch.
who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa.
CMZ
Can we get
Pog
the Tormentor at 15? What are the odds I can snipe that Skyrath if he walks this way? No. Guys, it'll be okay. Can we do the Tormentor? My shard, support shard, both are good. We just need like 4 heroes. We can do it. It's worth it.
Going to be good.
This is a very winnable game. I got the D-ward there. Looking like we might go to replays a lot sooner than we were hoping for, guys. Pretty scared to just walk in here, actually. Could have been very bad. Gonna risk my life to try to clear these out. Back off because they're approaching.
You will make a nice snow angel.
Lol. Iron Talon good versus the Trant? Just to use it on him? Maybe. I already have this though. Well, eventually I'll want to replace this Quelling Blade, so maybe I get the Iron Talon. I'm gonna hover my shard. It seems like it's not a game where we're getting the Tormentor. Didn't realize she had the Yules. That's on me. We'll have to drag this out, but I actually think it's still winnable. Even with the team being in disarray here. I use my ult, I don't care. Hell yeah, guys. Just gotta play, guys. Just play. Do I want to glimmer? I think Lotus is pretty good this game too. Second item Lotus. Wait, why am I using this one? Oh, I got this. I don't think we're making that in time. No, sir. Downside of Nature's ult. Gives away your ward sometimes. Smart itemization from the troll. Early ags to deal with the Pugna. Oh, I'm silenced. Alright, maybe that was a little hopeful. I feel like Lotus probably is my best bet. Throw it on whoever's going in. Shadow Shaman left. Charge it. Oh, I think she's about to get away. Ah, okay. Unfortunate. My ult position is so good, guys. Ah! Still almost died. I might die to this Queen of Pain. Okay, she's over there. It's fine. Do a little farming, guys. This Lotus will be very good, so I want to try to finish it. Too bad we didn't get the... I'm going to assume some of these were damaged. So that's why he thought a ward was there. Oh, you know, I realized I reported Spirit Breaker earlier for the drawing on the mini-map, but actually Kez is the one that was writing on it. I just processed that. That's you guys. You guys got to share that video. Get people to learn it. Troll's not here. Can we fight bottom? Get my smoke. Imagine this being a surprise, guys. She's just gonna blink out of that. So I can't get over there, guys. I'm gonna be back here. Alright, maybe I should have come over faster. I really don't think we should have been there that long. That's why I didn't want to go over. What are the odds this is warded, guys? Well, I already moved through here, so... She's going for Lincoln's. Time for the old nullifier support Crystal Maiden. You get a glimmer. A little late. He never got a BKB. You know, well, I mean, it's pretty low cooldown. I was thinking, like, do I get an Atos as a way for more catch? But I think it's probably not necessary. I forgot we had a new icon for that. Sick. What do I buy? Boots of Bearing is an item. It's an item. Marine Core. That would be something. I am pretty undecided on this. Something to help break Lincoln's could be good. A blink could also be good for the positioning and to get to some of these heroes in the back. Helm of the Overlord. And I don't even know if it works on the Treant anymore, actually. I guess I should go back to heal up on mana, actually. Ninja Gear, stay out of sight. Still need a way to deal with trees, actually. What if I just start working on a Wind Waker? GPM talent's right here, too. It's calling to me. So technically, I know this can be dispelled. So maybe I shouldn't, because he has a very low cooldown Dispel. But think of the saves I could have on my teammates and myself. Probably not worth it. Maybe just an E-Blade. Kind of risky to use with my team. Maybe it's just BKB. Maybe I just get in there. Four of us can do Tormentor. If I go E-Blade... I think they have a ward somewhere here. man. This just put me like just short of the range I needed. I was slow to come back to defend that. Should have been here faster. I've had an idea, guys. Shadow Blade. Can't be dispelled. They have a gem already. I might still do it, though. I'm gonna think about this. It's like one of the survivability options versus Nullifier. And in this case, a Dispelling Troll. Let's think about it. Ouch. Oh, my frostbite didn't hit this. I didn't even notice. They were chasing me instead. Funny. I'm missing. I am scared. Found him. Ooh, if he can get out, that's pretty big. Too bad. Right at the edge. It looked like he could almost do it. They have the gem. Push this lane, and then we can go. They know I placed it, so I gotta do it. I'm actually just gonna die. Holy crap. I just got whittled down. Do I have to buy back? Oh, it is not worth it. It's a very done fight. Those are barracks. Oh. Not the greatest. Didn't lose bottom barracks though, at least. Got the row. Should we get the banner? Maybe not. Banner might be in there. buyback. I really don't want to. I'd rather lose one set of barracks. Oh shit, alright. I'm in. Don't love buying back there, guys. Lose it right away. Go over here. Maybe goes by unnoticed. Unless there was a ward here before I finished checking. Because I forgot. And they saw me just do that. Whew! Would have felt like a moron, guys. So rich. I kind of like Troll's build. It's more utility than anything, just because he's got the nature's carry, essentially, from the offlane. I think it's a good idea. Thank God we took the GPM, guys. We'll get the attack speed for, Is it too dumb to force stuff over here? Oh, especially when I don't make it across. Yes. You get the Shadow Blade. They already have the Nullifier. It's going to be like my only chance at surviving. Need to get this gem from this guy. I'm going to buy my own after the Shadow Blade, I think. I should have placed this a little bit deeper in. There's a chance he sees it as he walks by. Oh, this is more expensive than I thought. Moment of truth, guys. Oh, he walked another way. It's fine. GPM. Damn. I might not upgrade my item, guys. Ogre Seal eventually. I kind of want this GPM, though. Ogre Seal and this one. Maybe attack speed for killing wards. Nah, our talent will be enough. Don't look at it! Avert your eyes! Yeah, sometimes there's some sound stuff. Sorry. I've never been able to figure out what it is. Just at times the audio gets bad. They're probably waiting for Roche. And then we're supposed to lose after that. But there's potentially a shot where they overcommit, we win the fight. You know, the usual. I'm gonna put a ward way back here and just hope Shadow Shaman doesn't walk by it. Way in the back. Man, I was like just out of range and I kept pressing it thinking I had misclicked, but I was actually just not in range and I didn't use like any of my stuff because of that. Ah, that was really bad. All right, we probably lose then. Unless he randomly dies. Oh shit, maybe there's a chance. Surely someone has itemized to get in the trees at this point. All right, there's hope. There's hope. All right, next time I think I have to... Okay, well, I didn't want to Shadow Blade first, but I should have... I guess I should have Lotused first. I should have Lotused the Spirit Breaker and then tried to Force Staff him out of there. The cast range is so little nowadays. I goofed on that. The game continues. What are the odds we get Roche while they're dead? We get Shadow Shaman? No. I'm keeping this GPM, guys. I'm keeping it. Till when? I don't know. But I want GPM more than anything. Guess we go pray for Roche top pit. Except by the time we get there, I think it might be too late. Here's where I need to cut like a super sneaky tree and then just place it like right there. But I don't actually have a Quelling Blade anymore. They removed a lot of these spots. I don't know if they're gonna work anymore. I guess like over here I could still do this one. Where is it? Oh, I guess they changed all these. It is still in there. Oh shit! Ah! Terrifying, guys. Are we doing this? Man, I have not used my items for shit, guys. I thought I pressed Shadow Blade, but clearly I didn't. man. Maybe that's okay. All right, third time's the charm, guys. The next fight, I'm totally gonna press my buttons on time. It will happen. This is definitely it. We're gonna do it. I probably have to push us out for the team. Uh-oh. Alright, I did not think Shadow Shaman would be there. That's on me. Thought Nature's was pushing this on his own. I guess I should have just Lotused preemptively anyways to play it safe. We're really choking. These last 3 deaths have been... Oh no. Buy back. All right, I guess that's the end now. All right, guys. I'm not even gonna worry about the chaos of the team for the last like 40 minutes. We absolutely choked our last 4 deaths and did nothing. So that's where we can look to improve. That was not a 7K worthy performance. Alright, maybe Troll Ult will bring him into the fountain, and then he'll delete all his items. Maybe Skywrath will delete all his items.
Hey Zach, I think I got
Hey.
a replay for you to review Kappa.
Oh, it's happening, guys. It's happening. He's coming to the fountain. Oh, no. Yeah, I just didn't press my buttons at the end. Would we have won before it? I don't know. We could have at least done better, though. The Lotus, we bought the Lotus. It was a pretty good Lotus timing, all things considered, and then it barely got used, so that was bad. Bought the Shadow Blade. Don't usually have a Shadow Blade, so then I wasn't really... It wasn't muscle memory to activate, and because of that, I died a couple times with it when I really shouldn't have. Or like I ult and I don't even use it. You know, this is where we started going into chaos. So this part was not my fault. That's fine. Lane was good. This part we're trying. But then somewhere here was a lot of like nothing. I think that was fine. And then it was in these late game fights where I just wasn't pressing my buttons fast enough. Looks like it would have been pretty tough regardless, but Aether after Force would have been better potentially, or do I think it would have been? What did I buy? I bought the Lotus. I think Lotus is the correct idea because I mean if you look at when I got it on paper, so we got it at 30 minutes. So there is Shadow Shaman, all his abilities reflected. Doesn't really do much to Nature's, but he does tend to buy like some single target stuff later, like this Nullifiers. and that can be useful. The Queen of Pain, you got the dagger to remove. You got potential silences if she gets a shard or an orchid. Didn't get one this game, but that's good. Troll eventually gets the Abyssal in many cases, or Nullifier. So it's like preemptive on that. Skywrath, silence, a lot of single target. I think the Lotus on paper makes a lot of sense for these heroes that have to go in. But there was very few fights where we organize that correctly and you drop it on them and then we go in. But even then, I was in position to do it and I still didn't in a couple cases. So that was bad. Shadowblade, I think, was good. Counter to Nullifier, one of my few survivability items, but then I just didn't do it. So Aether, instead of Shadowblade, if we had gone Aether Lens into E-Blade, I think that's also potentially acceptable. I can sit a little further back. And then after... Well, it wouldn't do much to the Nullifier, but Troll is depending on his cooldown, so like he dispels one, and then we could hit him with a Nether. So that could have been cool. But that's another active item to be on top of, so I don't know if I would have done any better with it. But that's a personal issue, not an itemization issue. Damn, now 3 games away from 7K. All right, let's just do the yesterday, whatever day, Monday. I said if we lose our first game, we'll stop there because this is supposed to be the replay stream. So that's what that is. We just lost. Let's start replay analyses. I still don't have a clean system to do this, and I kind of liked the last time we did chaos mode. So everybody just drop the replays. Tell me your sob story, whatever. Just stick them in there. I'm going to pick them randomly. Mortal Oracle, I saw you redeemed one on Twitch, but I'll just return those points for now. This is chaos mode. All right. Friday for sure we will get it. Friday it will happen. No, Nullifier doesn't remove Shadowblade for whatever reason. Why? But it's one of the few support. One of the few support items you can get versus the Nullifier to survive. So if you struggle with being picked off and deleted in late games by Nullifier and all the usual support items like Glimmer, Force, Ghost Scepter, Yules, all the usuals are just being removed off of you, then yeah, Shadowblade works. And it's nice because in the late game, a lot of cores don't have space for detection anymore, and they're depending on the Nullifier to remove Glimmer. So it's kind of a cool option. It is, of course, more expensive, and you can't use it on teammates, so you don't see it all that often, but mostly in these late game scenarios. All right, let me start seeing what you guys have put in. All right. Evolution. We were somewhat winning, then mid threw a fit, stopped playing, classic mid player. And through the power of PMA and telling teammates what to do, we came back from 15K difference and won. It sounds like you won, and it sounds like the reason you started losing is because he threw a fit. I can't really change that. We can look at it to show what you did to win, and it doesn't strictly matter to you because you won, but for other people watching, that could be an example of like how you can still win these kind of bad situations. So I'm going to pull that up while we still talk through random other stuff. Oh, I should I'm going to switch it to anonymous mode in case we use any of this for YouTube. just to hide all y'all's names. How many hours per day do you invest into Dota to get that good? I don't know how good I am, but a lot of it now I'm writing my past success. When I decided I wanted to be good at Dota, I was kind of late to Dota. I actually started playing around like 2015 plus, and it was pretty casual at that point. I don't exactly remember. I'm going to say 2016. I think that's when I studied abroad, because that's when I decided to chase my dreams and all that in the land of anime. And I think I like looked at the data from that time. I think I put like 2,000 hours into Dota in like half a year. I'm pretty sure literally 1/3 of my life, if I wasn't doing schoolwork or sleeping, was Dota. Let me see if that math checks out. It was an absurd amount. It was an unhealthy amount. It must have been more than 6 months, because there's no way that's like half the time. What's up? You going to the cafe? Oh, I don't even know what's close. But you shouldn't say it to dox yourself. Anyways. I don't know. There's a couple nearby.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, time spent on Dota. I don't think we were dating at that time. Anyways, yeah. I spent an absurd amount of time. Nowadays, I don't have to spend nearly as much time, but I do, just like in terms of content creation. But a lot of content creation actually doesn't help me get better. I actually, for example, this replay analysis stream, no offense, guys, I spend more time looking at games that are worse than my own, rather than like spending that time watching pros and tournaments and stuff. Just for time management, I don't actually do that all that often. And I end up watching all of your games to make the videos and the streams and all that. So nowadays when I improve, it's usually during casting or like through my own games. And then when I have time offline, I'm like looking into builds and stuff. But I don't have nearly as much time to like dedicate looking into stuff, which is why my MMR just like stays at the same level for a long time. But for you guys, like watching top players, their streams, the educational content, stuff like that is a way to kind of condense it. When I was trying to get better, like there was no one making support content. So if you're a support player, like some of my videos can speed it up. Not to like self-promote, but there you go. But even if it's not me, there's other people. Okay. I'm going to jump to 30 minutes and we're going to see what kind of fight your team took just to showcase how you can still win from like 15k behind. If you in particular have any questions, let me know, Evolution. Otherwise, I mean, you won this game. We could just look for things you generally could do better, but it sounds like the mid flaming out is like a bigger issue. Let me see if you said anything extra. Not yet. Okay. Okay, guys. Let us... Hold on. Timestamp. Focus up. All right. Disruptor 5. We're doing replays in this game. The mid tilted out. They're about 15k behind, I think you mentioned. And a fight's going to come up where they turn it back around. Maybe it's the fight that just happened. So let's go back. Oh, it looks like it's a classic high ground throw. Hey, this is perfect. All right. So... even when your team is tilting out, most people, if they aren't like literally AFK, most people will come fight. There's something about the high ground that even if they won't join anything else, you're more likely to get people to show up to these stuff, whether it's attacking or defending. Not always, but more likely than like, hey guys, let's invade the triangle. So even if nothing's happening, you can plan to stall out the game, try to get the tools you can to take this kind of fight here. From their perspective, what do they got? They got Tiny, Carry, Zeus mid, it looks like. Maybe this is a Marcy offlane, or maybe a Marcy 4, Dawnbreaker offlane. All right, they don't have the safest high ground, especially with this Silencer going like Ags instead of like other defensive stuff. But really what they should do is with this Aegis, just send Tiny up, whack it a couple times, back off, repeat. Do it very slowly, very safely. You can't all come in because you'll get wrecked by Witch Doctor Cask and Ultimate, Disruptor ult, stuff like that. So their team should only be putting the Tiny on point. And when you guys jump the Tiny, they'll respawn with like Global, Dawnbreaker ult, stuff like that. The danger for them is the Disruptor, that on the retreat, you can potentially get a glimpse back. If you're playing Disruptor, rather than put the Observers here, which is frequently checked on high ground pushes, if you actually put them like further back, that can, like, a lot of people put sentries like in this area, especially like Zeus will be bolting around. So if you actually put them further back, they're more likely to survive. And as they retreat, you might get the glimpse back. Same thing, like mid, just like put them further out. Down here, further out. Same thing for like all the lanes. All right, so let's see what they end up doing here. So far, so good. Tiny hitting it. Where's everyone else? They're actually all in decent spots. Silencer should be closer because he can't reach with the Glimmer Cape. Does she have... Oh, she has Pick Me Up. So she actually could literally jump in and pull the Tiny out, which is kind of cool. And then Dawnbreaker, she's got the global, so she's out here. Okay, so your team... You should just have the heroes needed to defend, and other people should be pushing out the lane. So like Ursa's doing it, and then probably one more of you does not need to be here defending this and could be pushing things out. Or maybe a couple of heroes could be attempting to kill the Dawnbreaker if you knew where she was. All right, one more wave. Send the Tiny in. Okay, see this? This is the mistake. Why is he jumping in? It's not necessary. Look how close he's killed this tower. From just walking up and hitting it, he's almost done with a tower. And then core players just can't resist. They always jump in and then like they have to go for the kill. Even if I told them, if you just do what you're doing for 1 more minute, you will take this lane of barracks and then you'll be done. And then you'll still have what? 2 more minutes to go do another lane. But they can't resist. They love to jump in. Support, I won't say it's just core play. It's just Dota players. Dota players love to jump in. They think they can get kills. They think they're ahead. So they jump in like this, and I'm going to guess you Static Storm him. So now everyone on his team who wants to come in to save him has to run into Static Storm all the way back here. Hold on. Let's get this Zeus ult out of the way. Because he jumped back here, this isn't even the worst. Sometimes they jump like way further back, right? Let's go to full vision. If Tiny was right here and you guys jumped him, then Silencer from back here could reach him. Marcy could reach him. Silencer's actually like way too far back. He needs to be down here where the Glimmer Cape can reach because he doesn't have a 4-staff and a blink and all that to get down here, which actually you wouldn't want to have to use anyways. He should be here where the Marcy is. But now they have to go up here. So now they got to walk all the way up to here, even if Silencer was in position from here, ready to save the Tiny, because Tiny jumps in here. Now Silencer has to walk in here, which is like 2-3 seconds, and then it's straight into the Disruptor ult. So then he's not even going to be able to use spells if he was a hero who needed it. Silencer, he's probably using global first and then walking in, and then the items can be used through this until there's an Aghanims. But anyways, you get the idea. Aveltal, no, we lost our first game, so we're on to the replays. I'll change the titles once we finish this fight breakdown. So here's the Tiny losing Aegis. Is he going to kill the Ogre? No. And now this is the danger versus Disruptor. As you try to retreat, you get glimpse back. So if he didn't have the Aegis, this is where you got to look at the Zeus and the Marcy, who are like, oh shit, we couldn't save him, now we retreat. You count down to 4, glimpse the Zeus back. If you had the Observer back here, like we were talking about, send him back. Or as they're running away, you hit them with the Q to keep track of them, like that works too. In real desperate situations, you could drop the Observer here as you're like running up to try to catch a sight of them over here to then glimpse them back. So now they're in real deep. Let's say Silencer had items. He wasn't rushing this Ags. He has the Glimmer. He has Solar, whatever, right? He can't use any of them because everyone who can jump is back here, and they're not paying attention to who can't jump on their team. And because of all this, Zeus, who wants to just sit in the back and peacefully do damage, he's here trying to finish this tower. tanks it a bunch, and then actually just dies to Ursa. He's role-playing me in the last game, just didn't get to do anything, dies immediately in the fight because he's forced to come way too deep to try to help with this stuff. So he's not free to just bolt these people because he has to like run through here, and that opens it up for Ursa to jump him here, whereas jumping in the back here is way more dangerous. And then from here, I mean, they're just like way in your base and they've lost several heroes. It's actually still kind of close as nature of having a 15k gold lead to start. But it's pretty close, actually. He almost did it. Ogre with a double kill? Lol. And then when you make these kind of mistakes, look at that. It's so much money when you have this kind of lead and then you throw these kills. So what is it? 1,000 gold. They get about 1,000 gold for killing the Ursa, but then they give almost... we're just gonna keep it thousands for easy math. 2,000 gold over, and then another 1,000 gold. So like when you do these kind of throws, it's massive. And this should just never happen. I actually do have a multi-chat to see both. Both Twitch and YouTube. Sometimes it bugs out and I don't notice right away, but I do try to have it working. It's working right now. I can see both chats. Yeah, you didn't miss it, Evelthal. It'll happen Friday for sure, guaranteed. You know, definitely that one. Okay, there's actually one more lesson I want to take away from this. Potentially. I wasn't looking to see if it happened or not, but let me change the titles real quick. Replay reviews for the people. Oh, and I forgot to be on our replay analysis channel. And then we can do this. Hard support. I think this is the divine game. All right. Okay. So when you've been losing really badly the whole game and you finally win a fight, it doesn't really matter where the fight happens. The principle's the same. But odds are it's actually in your base because this is where you have the strongest chance of winning the fight. Supports. Let's go in order. Supports. Warding. You have to go de-ward and try to place wards that are gonna survive. Currently, because you've been losing the game for so long and you're against a Zeus, you have very few wards alive on the map. It's a very defensive ward that you were preparing to defend high ground, which is perfectly fine. I'm not flaming you for it. That's just the situation that happens. So you have to go place wards, and it can't be real basic shit like on this cliff. You're gonna lose this immediately. So you have to come out, potentially with a gem, but it doesn't have to be. You have to have sentries, though. And if you are going to ward in this area, let's say, right, you have to check. You have to put several sentries, I would say at least 2, to try to remove as much of a chance that they see you ward. So, like, 1 sentry here to check this, and then, like, another sentry up here. And then you go, okay, I'm going to, like, stick it here or something, right? A little less common than, like, here and up here and stuff. And so, like, if they're putting their sentry a little high, maybe it gets out alive. Maybe we just don't do it in here because this is such a commonly checked area. You stick it in the lane. I'd be okay with that. If you can get 1 deep ward down, that helps a lot because you can't all just sit in your base the whole game. One guy's got to like push it out somewhere. So if you can, let's say you're already topside. Let's talk from Disruptor's perspective. If he can make his way through here, de-warding along the way, and make it all the way into here, when the enemy is winning so much, let's actually check their vision. Most of the time, the wards are on the enemy's half of the map. So, like, here and here. They actually do have 1 defensively, maybe from doing Roche. So, this is why, as we go through our half of the map, we're de-warding and checking. And when we get to their half, we'll still check a little bit, but less so than our own half, which is more likely to have the observers. And then you need to place an observer. And if they happen to have one that catches you, unlucky. But the idea is still correct. You gotta like come over here and try to play something weird. Maybe you have a Quelling Blade or an Iron Talon. You cut this tree, you stick it there. You make your way up here. You put it like way towards the top. If you can cut this tree and place it there, great. right? You're putting it in weird spots that are, you need like one, even though you've been losing and you've been on your half of the map, you need one on the enemy side of the map so that whoever pushes out, like someone like Ursa, pushes all the way here, and you want him to be able to stay up here as long as possible. And if he has an observer topside, he can then like farm topside and see if people come in to get him. And his odds of surviving are increased. But if you don't get an observer down in this time, then it's really tough for your cores later on. Core players, after you win this type of fight, you just have to shove things out as much as possible and try to get to the enemy's half of the map. You have to respect who is still alive, so the level of freedom you have is dictated by that. If it's a full team wipe or it's like silencer support, we're not scared of him. You have free reign to go wherever. So you have to go as far as possible and hopefully get to an objective. So Roshan, if that's up, Tormentor, if that's up, any towers that are alive are also good. You need to make it to their half of the map and then farm their half of the map as long as you can. And then once you get scared, you are allowed to fall back. Unless you're a super survivable hero, then potentially your job is to be hiding up here and then let them... I'll tell you what they're going to do, guys. And we'll fast forward in a moment to showcase it. When they respawn, they're going to come here, they're going to push the lanes out, and they're going to move back to your half of the map. So cores, when you push it out, you're getting farm, and then you're trying to wait and hide somewhere on their half of the map, and they will walk past you, and then you can start cutting waves. If you fall back first, and then the enemy pushed out lanes, you now have to sneak past them to go cut lanes, and you're more likely to die. So the better you can like hide somewhere in the trees, whatever, stay alive, especially if you have several ways to get out and you can take that risk, the better. So let's see what your team does, and let me show you them respawning. Very likely, they TP to wherever there is farm and then just push down. But you see this Ursa? Look, he's coming to farm his own Ancients. That's bad. Let's see. You're going to push the lane maybe and then go for D wards. These guys went back to heal. How much health did they have? So it's kind of understandable. They're a little low. But really, who is going to kill this Queen of Pain? Probably no one. It's just a silencer. Like, Witch Doctor's full health, low mana. Understandable. But at the same time, we're wasting precious moments to push out. And the time it takes to walk down here and then walk back out. Unless they plan to TP out. But that means when they push out, they can't TP home. So it's almost better to push out low health and then TP home for the full reset. Let's ignore that for now, because we don't need perfect efficiency in a pub game anyways. So Ursa pushed a lane. That was good. And then he's here. He should be where the Ogre is right now, and he should be going. He should be finishing this creep wave. And then notice it's 29 minutes. So the next camps all just spawned. So even if he doesn't push it further and he starts farming these camps, they're going to respawn. They're going to come out here, and then these camps are going to be gone. And then Ursa's also going to be gone, potentially, and have run down here, and then he's going to be able to farm these. Now, what Ursa's path is that he's going to farm this, then he's going to run out of farm, and he's either going to sit in base doing nothing, or he's going to move to the enemy's half of the map now as they respawn, and then he's going to be trying to farm their half, and then they're going to either kill him, or maybe he gets away, comes back, and he's like, oh, there's no farm here because I did it earlier. So Ursa right now has to be pushing this stuff and farming the enemy's half of the map. This is how you actually cut down the gold lead. Can you guys hear Jupiter? He is meowing up a storm outside. So now he's coming into mid, but now they're respawned. So in the end, did he farm anything on the enemy's half of the map? Did anyone on our team farm anything on the enemy's half of the map? No. Queen of Pain's over here farming our own jungle. Now Ursa's going to come here. Now they're going to run out of farm, and they're going to be back in their own base again. The supports... You were doing some dewarding. Witch Doctor is jungling his own half of the map, right? So we didn't get any deep wards down on the enemy's half of the map. You did some dewarding. You did this one. You ended up placing an observer here, which unfortunately is right into their sentry. If they did Roche recently, you should just assume there's a bunch of observers and sentries in this area and avoid this kind of stuff. If they haven't done Roche, then you can. If they're going to do Roche, though, because it wasn't done and it's up, and then they threw and they're like, oh, I guess we should do Roche, then this kind of stuff is probably going to get dewarded pretty quickly. So it should probably be like more over here. It's worse for Roche, but if you're really behind, can you even fight Roche? That sort of depends on you and your interpretation of the game. But one more thing. So I said as they respawn, we'd watch what they did. So Zeus, I didn't go far back enough. Zeus. Let's go to his perspective. Respawns, straight TP, straight to farming his own half of the map. Next, Dawnbreaker. Okay, Dawnbreaker's actually going to walk out, walking straight to the lane that's been pushed in. She didn't make it in time, so now she's going to come jungle her half of the map. Tiny, instant TP, straight to farm. Marcy, instant TP. And they're actually making a play right away, which is actually quite good. But you see what I mean, right? They all TP to what you show in front of their face, which is why when you're this team, you have to push stuff in. That will bait the response TPs, and then that'll give you information on like where to hide or if you need to hide. Can you add a plugin to show YouTube chat here so that you can also give YouTube peeps some love? I do have both. I can see both. You guys can't see both. And I don't know how to do it. I'll look into it. I've been trying to find something, but I don't. We can show... Which plugin is it? Is it this one? I can show Twitch chat on the stream, but I haven't found a solution to show two separate chats in place outside of maybe just screen capping the multi-chat I have, but then it wouldn't be translucent. It would just be like this solid block on the screen, and anytime I move it, we would lose it. So it's not really a good solution. I also think it kind of takes up a lot of space. I mean, we could mess with the fonts and all that to maybe make it a little better, but I don't know. Do you guys like having the text on screen like this? I think it's very hit or miss. Some people like it, some people don't. And the issue is if I ever use this for videos, then it's kind of like stuck in the recording, which is sometimes good, sometimes bad. I think this is all we need to cover in this game, by the way, guys. If you want to dump new replays in here, do it. We're in chaos mode. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, I think there's times to have the chat box up. Like, I'm trying to be better about using this talking screen, and I think here is perfectly fine to have the chat box up. This is usually when we're, like, queuing games or something, and we're just waiting. I think this is a good time for the chat box to come up. But Dota, I think other games, it's easier to have the chat box up. I think Dota is a game where this is all really relevant real estate, you know? Like, even where my camera is blocks a little bit of information from when, like, people talk, and you guys can't see who's talking. But I don't think that's super important, and in fact kind of protects people if they end up being, like, really racist. I don't want the names and all that to be super obvious, even though it's bad and we're gonna mute. I don't want to be, like, witch hunting, you know? But, like, we'd either block this shit or this overlaps with the text. Obviously, in the middle, that's, like, we're not blocking that. Stuff in the corners is like maybe okay, like a little bit below, but like I don't want to block any of this shit. You know, this is all really useful. Some games have way more empty space that you can put text and all that, but I think Dota is not a great game for it. It's up to you guys. These replays are for you, so I don't strictly care. But personally, I think if you're gonna get someone like a coach, higher MMR player, whatever, to review your games, the best thing is to put forward something. I don't know what the problem here is, Zach. You know, can you help me? That to me is what would be the best for you guys. I don't really care if you want to show off a stomp and I happen to pick it. Sure, I don't care, but I think that's what I can help with the most. If you know you lost, like if you're me in the last game, you're like, boy, Zach, I bought a bunch of good items and I didn't press any of them in any team fights, and then I lost, and I'll tell you, yes, you didn't press any of your items you bought, and then you lost the game. You know, that's not very useful. Or like it confirms what you think, and then that's fine if that's what you want. But if you like, I think I played well and I still lost. Can I do more? Like that's what I help with. It's like I bought this item and I don't know if it was good. Can I get your opinion on it? I think that's what the replays are good for. don't want to go into replays, but I play in a trio. We're all stuck in Herald 1. I used to love to play some Warlock and Winter Wyvern. Really started playing some Undying, but I don't play it as support. My friends don't farm as cores, instead fight all the time. Maybe go back to Warlock. So, I mean, you have two options there. One, keep slowly teaching your friends to farm more than fight. But otherwise, if they like to fight all the time, if it's offlane or mid, that could be okay as a core. Even certain carries can aim to fight a lot, but you as a support then, try to pick someone who scales a little better. So for example, instead of picking, well, you have two options. Either full lean into it and you guys are going for like 20 to 30 minute wins, non-stop fighting, and if it fails, you lose. You could really lean into that with the picks like Undying, Ogre Magi, those types of heroes who really help the early aggression, and then you all drop off together if it doesn't win. Or you pick a more middle ground support who has scaling potential. So someone like Tinker, he can help early, not as well as some other heroes, but he helps enough. And then he has crazy scaling potential. So as your friends keep fighting, you're like, okay, I will farm up. You know, someone like Weaver support, you can help fight. And then as they're like, guys, someone's got to push bottom. And they're like, no, we got to go fight. You're like, okay, I'm going to go push bottom. And you get to farm and you get to scale up. So those would be my two approaches, depending what you like more. I'd try to go with one of them. If you do want to try to win early, though, you can't just win fights. Like, that's important, but someone's got to take towers. So that's another thing to consider, depending on what heroes people play. If you win the fights, but then can't take buildings, then you've got an issue. Okay, let me see. Rogue and Heyman. Okay, that's an interesting question. Let's look at that real quick. We may not even need to go into the game. This sounds like an itemization thing. So, you are saying that you were trying the Wraith King offlane that BSJ was talking about. I don't think I watched his video, but I literally talked to him at ESL Raleigh. We talked about it, so I kind of know his idea on it. I don't know if it's changed since then, but you felt like the game was going well and you were building towards the Radiance, but Necro pinged his and told you to build Nullifier. Since you already had the Talisman of Evasion, you decided to go into Butterfly with that, and then it felt useless because you didn't build what you want. So double Radiance is not as bad as it used to be, first of all. Actually, let's ping this in case I can always delete stuff easily. Oh, I forgot to put the rank. That's what I needed to have. This is Archon. Offlane Archon. I don't even know if we need to go into the gameplay, but I'll have it timestamped anyways for the discussion. So whether you should adapt your build when this guy is going Radiance. So I appreciate you trying. Lesson learned, it wasn't worth it, which I agree with. So first of all, double Radiance is not as bad as it used to be. Radiance is just stronger than it was back then, but also you can disassemble it now so that you can both use the Radiance to farm and fight early, and then later on one of you can disassemble it, maybe both of you, and build different things from it. So that's what I would go for. If you reach Talisman of Evasion and you decide to buy this first, and it's like, oh, it's really, like, we really don't want two Radiances, you can just leave it as a casual Talisman. I don't think you even have to build it into a Butterfly. I think just leaving it as a casual Talisman and then building something else is good, something like a Blink, so you can fight. You have 2 lives on Wraith King, so it's more about doing damage in that time. Butterfly helps with that because you get like the attack speed, but you don't really need... One, it's not as much attack speed as others because your other items don't like benefit as much from it, like an agility core. But also, the evasion is kind of secondary to the item for Wraith King. Like, you don't build Radiance because of the evasion. You build it because of the AoE burn that helps you farm, and because you live twice in fights, you live so long that the burn really adds up in a very long fight. The evasion is nice, and it helps keep you alive, but then it also helps keep allies alive. So the butterfly kind of misses on that in two ways. One, it's just about you, and then it doesn't really do damage over the course of a fight, besides like regular right click, which any other item could also help with. So that's why it's not really worth switching over to the butterfly, even though you were worried about the double radiance. I would just do the double radiance. There's going to be many cases where you guys don't farm in the same place.
Who's
I
that?
wouldn't
Thank
strictly
you.
plan to double
Won
radiance
5,000th Oracle
in
game
many
with
games.
Blade Mail Oracle.
Blade Mail Oracle. Nice. Congratulations, Mortal Oracle. That's good old Blade Mail Oracle. Nice. I wouldn't plan to try to pick two heroes who want to build Radiance, but if you end up with two heroes that pick Radiance, I think it's okay. I don't think it's as big of a deal as it used to be. And then, yeah, because that build doesn't really work, you are going to miss the mark, and I don't think we even need to watch the replay to do that. If you get the Radiance like usual here, and then you get a blink, you'll be able to fight way sooner, you'll be able to do things. This build, it looks like it's just not even, like, even if I was trying to be a right-click Wraith King, I wouldn't even build this, you know? Like, this isn't even an optimal build for Wraith King, so that's why it's going to feel really bad. I don't think a Nullifier is bad in general. This game, I'm looking at it, and I don't even know if you need the Nullifier. It's not bad to remove, like, Abaddon's shield, I guess. That's kind of it, actually. You know, support items eventually, sure. I don't think you even need the Nullifier. But if you did, just get the Radiance, get the Blink, get other items you think you need, and then as you get towards the end, disassemble the Radiance, build the Nullifier. All right, let's see. Let's find another one. Oh, here's a quick question, actually. What are your hours played like? Do you think there's a guaranteed learning curve of a certain number of hours to start rank climbing? And do you think Turbo is useful? If you are new to the game, Turbo is a great way to get into the game. The pacing is very different from regular Dota, but I still think if you are completely clueless about Dota, it's a more beginner-friendly way to start learning things. I think it's fine. Some people end up just playing Turbo. They just like Turbo. That's perfectly fine, too. So you might end up being a Turbo player. If you've already played a good amount of Dota, and you're looking to improve, and you're debating if Turbo is the way to do it, I would say probably not. It will be good to practice pressing buttons, but Dota, the like regular game, is very much about the pacing and the power spikes and all that, and that's all thrown out the window in Turbo. It's like, it's totally different. The reason some heroes are good is because of laning stage. There's barely a laning stage in Turbo. You know, it's like, it's done in the first like minute and everyone's already level 4. So it's just so different. I wouldn't use it as a good growing period, except to maybe try a hero, see if you like the idea of that hero and like the button pressing. But I think you can actually do that in Overthrow, like one of the arcade games, whatever it's called. And it's actually faster. It's a faster way to practice button pressing and team fighting than what Turbo is. And I actually think it's more relevant to regular Dota. As for the amount of hours you have to play, that really depends on the person. I have like 14,000 hours in Dota now. A lot of that isn't actually even gameplay, though. I think I have like 7,000 games played. A lot of my time nowadays is spent content creation like this, where we're not playing, but I'm in the game. I don't think most people need to do that. But I do think to actively improve, you need to do more than just play. You have to reflect on what you did. You have to look for educational stuff like this stream, videos, whatever. You have to improve at a faster rate than your peers. Everyone is improving by playing. So if you want to climb MMR, you can't, if everyone is just playing, you're not improving faster than others. So you have to actually like go out of your way to learn things through some other method, which is up to you. Coaching, videos, whatever. For some people, it's faster than others. That's where it comes down to be like very, very individual. Okay, where else should we go? Don't use smokes enough. Can you tell us when is the best time to use smoke? Yeah, we can
Go
answer
watch
that as
pro
we
players
load
publicly
another
play.
game in.
Kappa.
Rest in peace, pub pro matches. Okay, let's Pop and Loch Ness has an Abaddon support game, and Abaddon's a very popular support. Let's do that, because that can maybe help several people at once. Hard support, and then I'll try to answer the smoke question as we go. I think I do have a video on smokes. If it's not a specific video, I think the video I'm thinking of might be kind of old. I'm going to put you around Archon, because that's what the average rank here is. Archon to Crusader. We'll be generous. We'll put you in Archon. I think I give some advice on it in the video guide of like how to play hard support, how to play soft support. I think I talk through some cases of like when to consider using smokes. For pub games, it's going to be criminally underutilized, so just do it whenever, honestly. Like if you have some people going on a gank and it's like, is this really the best time to smoke? Who cares? It's not going to be organized very often in most pubs, so just pop it. But otherwise, some classics are going for Roshan, going for any kind of deep play, like the enemy's in their own jungle and you want to go into it. Those are good times to do it. Nighttime is usually not the best to smoke unless you already have vision set up and you know your target, because the smoke breaks and you don't have vision of the targets because it's night. So you have reduced nighttime vision. So unless you have a nighttime hero like Night Stalker or Slark, you usually don't smoke. But if you have those heroes and it's nighttime, you usually don't need to smoke because you have the vision advantage anyways. Of course, you might run into observers and stuff, but you'll see them back off and then you'll get the D wards and all that. If you have vision set up though, like say you have a ward over here, seeing them farm here and it's nighttime, you can smoke in because you know where you're going. So it's fine. You're using the smoke to avoid observers like along here to get to the target here, and you're not really worried about the smoke breaking early. I mean, maybe, but it's less likely than when you have no clear target and you're just blindly walking in and smoke breaks here and you're like, well, I don't know what this is. At that point, you then have to drop observers. You have to just blindly blink in and just like trust that you win those fights, and it's much harder to judge. I mean, yeah, there's like more you can go into it, but another common time I would say to use smokes to get you going on it. This is the last one I'll talk about before we get into this replay. So say you're like hard support, you're winning your lanes, you take the twin gate, you come down here, you take this tower, push in one more wave, try a smoke off of this. Now it depends, you know, if you're all low and you just want to fight to take this tower, then like probably not. But many times you come here, you get an easy kill, you finish the tower, someone's got an ultimate, we'd love to play some deep wards, we're looking for the next objective, like mid or this tower. So if you smoke, push in the wave, they have no more vision of you, you smoke, it gives you the window to now like get to mid really quickly, surprise them, and also maybe place a deep ward along the way, you know? So like maybe we shove in this lane, we smoke, we go here, you like do a quick side trip to like put an observer here, and then you rejoin the team, and they have vision here, but you're all smoked up, so the mid walks up too far, you get jumped, everyone runs in, you kill them. So now we just did like this power play of take bottom, run here, get this. It works because usually when you're taking this tower, you're already grouped up with people. In pub games, it's difficult to organize, so when it happens naturally, like that's why I say like just do it, just throw them out there. Okay, let's talk about this Abaddon game. which one of my first ranked games in forever, Crusader Archon level. Just need general tips for what I could have done better. Enemy Sven popped off. Okay. Where are you? Abaddon. All right, let's do this. We got a lot of mangoes. I don't think you need that many mangoes. It's better than having clarities, but for this amount of mangoes, like if we think, let's say we're spamming Aphotic Shield, it would take like a minute to have to use this many mangoes. And we probably aren't using Aphotic Shield off cooldown like that, so we can extend the time even further. So if we cut out 2 mangoes, we're actually really close to buying this magic stick. And at that point, maybe we sell like the Iron Branch or something, you know? Oh, wait, what am I saying? These are 70 gold. You do have enough. No, they are 65. Okay, I am... Oh, guys, they keep changing the price of the mango, and I sometimes flash back to old realities, and I'm like, wait, how much is the mango? Okay, yeah, you're like just short of it. But if you sold 2 mangoes and then bought an iron, or sold an Iron Branch, you could have the magic stick and 1 mango. But I actually think you could just sell all these mangoes and then buy the magic stick. And then if you think you'll need a mango, just buy one with the gold you're going to get from the bounty runes. And that way, if a fight breaks out, because you guys are smoking in, if a fight does break out, you know, people are throwing spells left and right. You could get 4 charges right off the bat. That's a mango, pretty much. So if you know you're going to buy a stick in the lane, I would usually recommend, how can I start with a stick over whatever other stuff? And clarities and mango should be the first thing to go when replacing stuff to get the magic stick. Salves are next, and then the second set of tangos. Sometimes even the first set, but usually the first set is a pretty safe purchase. All right. You run up here. You kind of wait for your team here, but I would actually rush out to place the observer like around here to help you. In case people are rushing in as well. You want to like go place it right away. Though I also appreciate waiting together to make sure you have vision. It's not the greatest first blood lineup attempt, but I think that's okay in pubs. You'll still find stuff. Looks like you don't want to actually use the observer here. You might be saving it for the lane. I think it's fine to use it on these kind of temps. If you can get the team to smoke up, you might as well full commit to it, you know? Let's say your team actually had... Let's say you had placed this observer. They should actually wait for Sven to walk in. I guess once he sees this, he's not going to do it anymore. But this is why if you put an observer and you see someone wander here, you guys can like hide in the trees, and if they step up too far, then you can jump out and get it. You know, if you're already this far, I would just commit, personally. Unless you really think you need it for your lane, which you're against what? Doom and 1. Maybe the Io, maybe the Lion. That doesn't scream, I must have an observer to me. So I would just use it for this. All right, issues with this one? This is...
Any game sound BTW.
Any game sound? How about now? Now it should be going through. Why did that get turned? Was there no game sound earlier? Did I just not see anyone else comment about that? Thank you, NPR. I don't know why there wasn't game sound on this channel. It's a different tab from the streaming one, so the settings are like slightly different, but I don't know why the game sound would have been removed from that. Oops. No one even realized. All right. What was I just saying? Oh yeah. So the reason you can commit the observer for these kind of first blood attempts, looks like it ended up going down here. So Spirit Breaker was going to place one eventually, so maybe Spirit Breaker should have done it. But you might as well put the observer like here or like in the river. It would see the lane for the same stuff Spirit Breaker's kind of hoping for. It's harder, but it still would. And it would help with first blood. So it's a lot of value from this kind of observer if he was going to do this anyways. But then you end up placing yours here, but you also block this camp, which is very normal to block the camp. But what it means is when they come to unblock, this is probably this down here, some of the most common sentries to put to unblock this hard camp, and then they're going to get this free observer. So because of that, it ends up not really being worth it. This is also, it is IO. IO doesn't even rotate. So you're not going to see people moving through here very often. Mid ended up being Doom. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought it would be a mid Necro, but here's what we got. Necro nor Doom are really heroes that rotate through this way, so you actually don't need this here. If you actually start with the Observer, somewhere in the lane is safer and actually more useful versus these types of heroes. Spirit Breakers, Tusks, Earth Spirits. The enemy team, for example, could consider an Observer like here. I would use this one versus a Spirit Breaker, or somewhere like here is good, but you run into the same issue where if you block this camp, sentries usually go on this side to unblock it, but maybe it goes on this left side and then you lose the Observer here. But something here sees the Spirit Breaker leaving the lane to go over here. So that's what it's useful versus roaming heroes to have this type of ward. Laning heroes like Io, who else? Crystal Maiden, Abaddon. Abaddon's not going to rotate mid, right? If I was Io thinking about where to ward, I'm sticking it in the lane to help me rather than like over here. It's like, oh god, Abaddon's ganking my Doom, right? It's like, it doesn't really happen. All right, we got to get in there. I was trying to find a straw on this. Let's go back. Let's be Abaddon players for a moment here. Any tanky melee hero, you bought the mangoes, you got the extra HP regen, you got the shield, you've got good melee stats. It's like okay melee stats. So we got to get in there. Shield yourself and just run at them. Spectre is currently tanking it, but we don't want Spectre to tank it. We want her to calmly farm. So like when you're up front like this, that's good. You see how he hit you instead of the Spectre? That's kind of what we want. Now, we do want to balance it to some degree so that we can take turns making use of our passive HP regen. Like, what we have right now is good. And then I want you to be in the front like this. This is really good. You see how this range creep's getting low? They're going to go for the deny. We want to go for the last hit. So we don't want to be balls to the wall 100% of the time. We're going to die. We're going to run out of regen. But there's times to tank stuff, and things like this are worth it. So if just a moment before this, you see this, the creeps start to focus the range creep. It's time to zone. It's time to be a melee hero and get in their face. We're going to run in, let them hit us a couple times so passive HP regen can work. We're going to shield, and then they're not going to want to fight us anymore. If they do, it's actually fine because the shield's going. Great. Otherwise, they back off. They back off. We don't fight. So it's like, ah, man, I'm not getting use of my shield. But I am, because now I am more likely to get this range creep. And in fact, we even have some things we can deny as well. So by running at them and forcing them to back off, like right here, we are getting value. Not from the barrier absorbing stuff for us, but for the fact that they moved away from these little mini objectives, the last hits that are happening right now. So the range creep, the denies. And in the first few waves, like before level 3, every single last hit and deny does matter because you hit the power spikes sooner. Something I would challenge all of you guys to do, to work on, if you're like not sure how to improve your laning stage, try to go for one deny at least every single wave in the first 2 minutes. If you have to go for like blocks and all that, that's fine. But a lot of people just don't even process it. They don't even think to go for denies, but it really does add up. And once you get in the habit of doing one, it's like, well, I can go for the second one too. Oh, I can go for the third one. Like, you'll try to do it and you'll find you'll hit level 2 before enemy heroes quite often, and then you might be able to go for a kill. So this is the perfect time to like run in. So you see it happened there a little bit. You started to walk in and they backed off a little bit, but because you didn't go in far enough, you're all in range for this range creep, and Spectre is now going to use a spell, if I had to guess, to get this range creep. But if you just pushed him off, you or Spectre probably just needs an auto attack. You guys do get it in the end, but you see they were in position to try to contest. And if they were better about it, maybe they do get the contest. And then you could back off for a little bit around now. Like, I don't really care what's happening right now. I see him use the Death Pulse, and then I see this creep is in deny range. So now I'm thinking about it again. Now I might start pushing really hard to get them to back off and then get a free deny. Now, there's a whole bunch of creeps here that I don't want to aggro, so maybe this isn't the perfect time, but that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. And this applies for other melee heroes like Undying, Clockwork, pretty much anyone who they will back away from you as soon as you use a spell to commit. So you want to get the most value out of that spell. And it doesn't always have to be like damage to the heroes. It can be these last hits. And it should be these last hits at a high level of play. See, so now we're hiding in the trees while Spectre's dealing with all this, right? And that's not what we want when we're these melee heroes. We want to be like up front. Maybe it's because you're thinking about a pull. But Spectre kind of dealt with that on her own for a lot. Now you're like behind Spectre again, right? If you're Abaddon, if you're Undying, Ogre Magi, you need to be in the front. You need to at least take turns. So right now you're full health and she is like almost half. So now it's your turn to be on point and they focus you while Spectre heals up with tangos and passive regen. If you're a squishy hero, you do sit behind the stronger melee heroes, melee carries, but even then you take turns. Like even as a Crystal Maiden with like a Troll. Troll tanks some, but at some point he gets low enough that you need to tank some for Troll and then you swap again. Here, you shielded and then ran in. So we're wasting two things here. One, looks like about a fourth of the shield duration was spent running from the tree line into the IO. So we've lost some of that time. You're also at full HP regen. So 4.6 health regen is not doing anything right now. So you actually want to run in, hit IO, let them hit you once or twice, and then you use the aphotic shield. Now we get the full duration, and the HP regen is going to start getting to work while the barrier tanks the damage for us until it pops. It sounds minimal, but you will get an extra, like, let's say 20 health, right? 20 health by doing this kind of stuff. Ugh! I thought you were going to go for it. I think you would get it, but you would die as a result. And so now, after we end up tanking a bunch of damage, this is where you swap a little bit. Now Spectre takes the focus, and maybe earlier, it kind of looked like you were thinking about doing a pull. This is where you do it. It gives you time to heal up. And now you leave Spectre alone, but look, it's an IO that you got him down to like 140 health. So are they really going to push super hard? Probably not. IO, maybe, because this synergy is actually a bunch of healing, so it could actually bait you guys in. But most other heroes, you know, they would chill at this time. All right, I was reading chat there. I didn't see what you did, but I'm going to trust it was good. What are you working on? I think you have a courier on the way, but I see you still have a good chunk of money. And I don't think you need to be saving for boots. So you do get the magic stick. So let's reflect on it. You guys didn't get into a fight here, so we wouldn't have gotten any stick charges. But if you think about how many times Necro has used Death Pulse, any times Io has tethered, we've probably missed at least 4 stick charges, which would have been one of the mangoes. And I wasn't paying attention to when you first use a mango, but I doubt you would have, like, you could have got the magic stick and then buy 1 mango and it would have made it in time before you need the others, and you could buy more at that point if you had to have them. Now, actually, with that said, I wasn't really paying attention to it, but I realized you've actually eaten all your mangoes already, which is kind of fast. So let me double check when you were using them and actually pay attention to it more. You see, like, Spectre's getting zoned where you're, like, all the way over here? All right, so this was the fight that you almost got the IO. Oh, I see. I think you like accidentally ate 2 mangoes there in the blood grenade attempt. Okay, so it was a bit of a misclick there. I won't worry about it too much. It happens. I was wondering how you ate 3 mangoes. I didn't think you had. Like, you used the shield enough to do that. I don't think you even needed to eat any mangoes there either. So unfortunately, you could still be sitting on 3, maybe 2 mangoes and getting some value from them. But it also shows why you wouldn't have had to have them, right? Let's say you didn't eat those 2 mangoes and they're just sitting here, so you're down to like the last 38 mana. You could have done everything up to this point without those 2 mangoes. And that means, like, you could have bought some other small items, the stick, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And now, at this time, 3 minutes in the game, if you're starting to feel like, oh, boy, I really need extra regen, like, you would have had time to buy the mangoes and have it delivered. So I usually don't recommend starting with that many mangoes unless you're a hero like Lich or Crystal Maiden. People who, if they're going to get a kill, they need to cycle through every single spell, and they're all really low cooldown spells. Aphotic Shield and Miscoil are not really kill attempt spells, so it's rare that you need to like spam them out like that. Oh, I see. You're used to turbo, so you were thinking 130 for the Lotus. Okay, that makes sense. And that's why turbo is bad for improving at a regular Dota, guys. It'll get your timings all wrong. I was playing some turbo at, I don't usually play turbo, but I was playing at ESL Raleigh because some of the people we worked with are league players, the production people behind that you guys don't see. They were league players and they were trying out Dota, so we were like playing some turbo with them. And then I was missing everything because I was like, what? Lotus is spawn 130? It's like, neutrals are available already? There's like stuff that throws you off. All right. I think we can go a little further with this replay, but I think we've already talked about some useful stuff for the lane for Abaddon. So if you guys want to, again, the chaos mode, just start dropping in the replays. And then we'll pick the next one. I might need to go get more water and stuff in between, but... Does Twitch care about chat interaction? Is this a way to bait chat interaction, actually? I swear I hadn't intentionally thought about that, but now I am, and I'm going to use it maliciously. Everyone just copy and pasting their submissions, hoping to get picked. I guess before we just had exclamation point replay. That's chat interaction too, isn't it? I don't even know if Twitch cares about that stuff. All right. So you used another observer here. They never unblocked your camp. And so this is one of those things. This is why you can make mistakes and build bad habits, and you don't realize you shouldn't do it because it goes unpunished, right? I said this is a bad observer because when they unblock this, you'll lose it. And then it doesn't happen, and they don't do it. So you win games making these mistakes. You reach better players, and you do the same stuff that you were winning with before, and now they put a sentry here, and they go, ah, free observer, and then you lose it. And then you go... Goddamn 50% win rate. Gaben trying to keep me down in my rank, not letting me climb, right? This happens a lot because people win with bad habits and they don't realize they're bad habits because they go unpunished. And then the good players punish it. And so you drop back down. And then your same habits work again, so you win. And then they stop working again, so you lose. This is why a lot of people get stuck in the force 50% idea. And they just like, as soon as I start winning, the Smurfs come in. It's like, he's not smurfing. He's just unblocking his hard camp in the first 6 minutes of the game. You know, there's a lot of stuff like this. In the past, you know, the mid player who used to be doing well used to just blindly walk up here and find a kill. And he's like, yeah, it's good. And now the enemy mid player has an observer and they see them coming in and they respond to kill. And they're like, these Smurfs, these map hackers, they always know what I'm doing. Like, it's impossible. Like, as soon as I win, you know, not be back down. It's just little bad habits like this that sneak in. Plays that you thought you used to be able to do this kind of stuff and no one ever rotated and killed you and now they do. Like, that's why you just bounce back and forth. Not you specifically, Pop and Loch Ness, but like, I see it a lot. I see this kind of thing happen a lot. All right, I'm just gonna let this play. Let me read through the chat, see what we got. Oh, you had a question though. I saw Necro and Io, so I queued up a Spirit Vessel. Is that something you'd normally buy on this hero? Probably not. Abaddon's not a great Spirit Vessel builder. Spirit Breaker. It's not his favorite item, but he's actually probably the best builder in this game for it. Maybe the Kunkka. I would try to let them get it. Typically, the position 5 building Spirit Vessel is not as good as the position 4 if we're just talking about supports in general, because I guess I can let it play. Actually, it doesn't really matter. Spirit Vessel, the sooner you get it, the better. Position 5s are just typically poorer than position 4s, so you get the Spirit Vessel slower. To get charges, you also need to be involved in a bunch of kills, and the position 4 is more likely to move around making plays, getting kills, or at least being part of it, than the position 5, so they get more charges, and they then in turn get to use those charges as they show up to the next fight and use it. That's not always true, so like it's not against the rules to build it on a position 5, but as a general rule, the position 4s, scratch that. Whatever hero is going to move around and fight and pick up early money is typically the best. Whether that's 4, whether that's 5, whether that's a core hero, like that's typically what you want to go for. Okay, I'm quickly zooming through what you guys have submitted. What ranks have we covered so far? Archon, and I think Disruptor was Divine. We barely looked at that game, just like one team fight. But maybe if we get a mix of ranks, could be good. Ooh, okay. I think this will be a good lesson for off lanes versus tough matchups. Potentially is my guess. Oh yeah. Wait, what the where's my perfect behavior score? This is bullshit, guys. I can't believe my shit ever goes down. Ridiculous. My 12K behavior score and communication score versus our, who was it, Kez Mid writing like report Pugna on the minimap, GG, whatever. How are we the same behavior score? How are we in the same games with that kind of stuff? Ridiculous. What is my rank even going down? What's the number even going down for? Absurd. Okay. All right. We're gonna do this game as soon as I get some water. So I have it open and ready. It actually did end up being another Archon game. I was trying to get a different ranks, but we have time. We'll pick up more eventually. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. Let me get more water, and then we'll cover this, and we'll get to more people's as well. All right. I realized I should have done the timestamp slightly later. Oh, you know, I can just put in a new one. Genius. There, now I don't even have to manually fix it later. Because I realized I did the timestamp and then I walked away for a minute or two. All right. So the reason I picked this one, guys, Rubberjaw, new to Dota, used to play a lot of Han, normally playing support, had a disastrous offlane game. I would actually say Sven is not a very good offlaner. There was a window where he was. Currently, not really a great offlaner. You're new, so I'm not, you know, I don't expect you to know that, but that could be part of the reason you struggle with it. But the main thing that I want to talk through this and train up a new potentially good offlaner, which is desperate need in Dota, is that you had a tough time versus the Marcy IO. And there's a bunch of strong safe lane combos where it's difficult to do anything as the offlane. So hopefully we can showcase in this replay some stuff you can do when you're an offlaner and not having like a very good time for whatever reason. Okay. I genuinely do want to find a Herald or a Guardian game next to cover the that range as well. We had a Divine game to start. We've done some Archon, so yeah, we'll do that. Heralds through Crusaders. Your time is coming after this one. Get your games ready. Okay, so Sven offlane. Nice first blood. Good start. Coming for the rune. Wasn't there. Let's see if you're going to walk top. No. Great. All right. Next step. You're new, so I don't expect you to know this. But if you can ever tell that the safe lane is going to be difficult, or like you as the off lane versus the enemy safe lane is going to be difficult, there's a couple steps you should already get going in your head. I'm going to briefly mention creep dragging. You're not going to use it in most games. That's just the reality of pub Dota. Outside of like Divine and party games of all ranks, it's pretty rare for position 4s to know how to creep drag. And it's rare for offlaners to know how to deal with it. Which is why if you do know how to do it, it's great. But it's just not going to happen in a lot of pub games. So let's just put it on the side. I think I have other videos talking about it anyways if you were curious. So the other thing we want to do, we want to make sure we know how creep equilibrium works, because the enemy in a random pub game is very likely to mess up equilibrium in some way multiple times throughout the laning stage. Our goal is that the equilibrium usually meets here and here. So we want them to mess up, or we want to make them mess up such that it comes back here. And it's much easier to farm here next to our tower than it is up here. The very first trick is to body block. Many people body block the entire wave. That's less effective, I would say. I would let the first creep go through and then body block the last 3. This will create 2 things. One, they body block at all. The first creep's going to go straight under the tower and is going to shove out. Fantastic. Second, they don't do any body blocking. The first creep meets out here, fights 4 creeps, dies first. The rest of your 3 show up, and now it's a 4v3. They're going to hit level 2 first, so you're going to have to be careful. But from the very first wave, it's going to be pushing in. And most pub players are going to do incorrect pulls that don't fix equilibrium. So it may come back for a little bit, but then it will come back again. And as long as it keeps coming back here, we're going to farm and get through the laning stage. So this is opportunity 1 to help yourself, which you can do even if you have a good matchup, just because if you have a good matchup and you're back here, great, you're more likely to kill them. So it's something you can just do generically if you want. You may not have known this is a tough lane, so you weren't fully prepped for it. You can do some creep aggro here. I don't know if Han has this mechanic, but Dota does. So you see how you're just kind of like walking, waiting for this creep to get low, and every time you walk in, Marcy and Io are punching you. So step 1, level 1 of creep aggro in your favor is to just walk up a little bit, attack Io or Marcy. You don't have to actually attack, just do the command. You can also use the top bar. You can click it on the Marcy, on the Io. Like, let's say Io's over here, but you walk in and then just like click the Io portrait. That works so long as they're on the map. This way, if both heroes aren't in the lane, you can even like click the invoker and it'll work. So you aggro the whole wave and then walk backwards so they all drag back. Advanced version of this is that I only care about this creep right here. So you only stand in 500 range of that creep and then do aggro and draw the individual creep out. That's really advanced. You guys don't really have to do that in most cases, but you'll see like very high level mids most frequently use this technique. So instead of keeping like walking in and getting hit, you would draw either the full wave or just this one creep out over here where it's safer to last hit, and then you wouldn't have tanked so much damage and you wouldn't have been in range for this dispose, which ultimately, I actually don't know if you die. You live, but it costs you like all your health. Oh, Marcy denied IO too. Well played from her. Here's another application of the creep aggro. You actually got both those last hits, so it's kind of fine. You ate. I would keep that Iron Branch. We are 1 minute into the lane, and we're down to our final tango. We're gonna need more. So I would go ahead and prepare to buy another one. You can buy this bracer first, and as long as you get a couple last hits here, you'll then be able to afford the tango as well, and it should arrive before you need it too much. In that way, you can save the Iron Branch longer and keep getting the stats out of it. I know by eating the Iron Branch, you're going to extend your tango value, and then you might eat this one next with this tango, but then those are the Iron Branches gone. We lose the stats. If we want to build a wand, we're going to have to rebuy them. So I think you're going to have to buy another set anyways, and because I'm going to, I would save these Iron Branches. Anyways, creep equilibrium again. In the tough lane, we're scared to walk up. This is the time to creep aggro. Attack the Marcy, walk back. See how she's in position to deny this. This is where it'll come down to timing on just who gets it. You aggro it, it'll walk this way towards you. She has to chase it and then start her attack animation, and it's going to come to you, and you can begin your animation first. Another trick that high-level players use to pretty much always, I won't say always get the last hit, but to put them in a very good position for the last hit. And you're low, so it's not even about getting the last hit. It's about not being killed while going for the last hit. So if you can do the creep aggro, it would help. The other thing is, though, for those of you that don't even feel comfortable doing creep equilibrium tricks, if you count the amount of creeps in this lane, it's pushing into the Sven. It is coming here, which I said is our goal. We want to just like sit here. So you don't even have to do anything. If you are so low health and there's no way for you to get close without dying, all you have to do is not die. You give up a couple CS, and in just a little bit, it will push in here, and they probably won't fight you next to your tower. If you die before then, that's where things might get dicey. I think you had window there. See, Marcy's actually doing, I don't know intentionally or not. Marcy just did the creep equilibrium. She didn't want to have to fight you over this creep. She brought it back. Now it's too far away for you to go for the deny. And then boom, she gets the last hit. I was actually about to say, you were waiting for this creep to go on the last hit. As you play more, you'll get a feel for the attack speeds and all that. I think you could actually hit your creep once. Even if you don't get the deny, you're killing it faster to, again, get the lane to push back this way and put you in a better spot. So here's where a lot of people go too aggressive. They're like, I want to go for this deny. Or there's like one, let's say it's the range creep. I would love to get the range creep, but it's not worth dying for when equilibrium is coming this way. So don't get baited by like a single last hit. This is where ideally the position 4 with the spell can get it. Carries or cores who have like something that can last hit, like Stormhammer, you can use it on those to keep yourself further back. But either way, we're in a pretty good spot here. Actually, okay, it happened, right? You came in for the deny, but look what's here. It's 5 creeps, 1 range creep. I would love to get the deny, but I can't die for it, and I'm already half health. If she disposes me, I'm going to take a bunch of damage, even if I don't actually die. So this is where you have to remember the bigger picture. I am going to be very happy soon. It's 3-2 on the last hits. So even if she gets this uncontested, it's really not that big of a deal. And for the next couple minutes, the lane with this amount of creeps is likely to stay here, especially because Venomancer blocked this camp. So they don't have a lot of ways to deal with this. So in the next minute or two, I will be in position to catch back up on CS so long as I don't die, especially because they're higher level, because our creeps are dying and theirs aren't. So this is now the hardest part to survive this window. But once you do, you're coasting to success. And then you get baited by this range creep because you're like, I want that deny. And then you get pulled back in like this, and then you die. Now here's where they can capitalize on hitting level 2 first, getting the kill, shoving the wave in, and then creeps die to the tower before you respawn. So now you never catch up, and the equilibrium resets. And now the lane is like, done. It's over. Fortunately, it doesn't look like they push it fast enough. So again, we just have to chill. Because we died, you didn't get to manage the wave, so we are going to have to bring this under the tower. It'll still work out. You're about to enter this cycle. There is a video on this on the YouTube channel. You're about to enter a cycle where if you drag this creep wave back, it'll still be under tower. They'll do enough damage to this creep wave. It'll then push up. It'll fight the next wave coming in that's somewhere like over here right now. It'll fight up here. Again, do not die for this creep wave because it will push in and you will have a second chance at maintaining it here, or it will build up big enough that you will then repeat. You will bring it under the tower. It will damage the next creep wave that has spawned. It will push out again, and it'll do this a lot. We're going to see if this happens because sometimes it doesn't, depending on exactly what the players do. But you don't want to die out here. Like if they're fighting it, just drag it under tower. If you could keep it here, great, but don't die for it. So here we go, under tower. Do our best for the last hits. I'm not going to worry about it too much if you miss any, but actually you're doing a great job so far. I cursed you. My bad. So they didn't tank as much damage as we would like, but it is damaged a little bit, and it's still in a good spot. She's using creep equilibrium to get her range creep killed off. If you do the same equilibrium, your range creep will die as well. Wasn't perfect, but you see this? The 2 existing creeps, the brand new wave coming in. So this is going to push if we don't do that much. Everyone's going to be trying to deny and everything, and that's what changes the math. But as long as everyone's just going for last hits and a couple harasses, like, you will be good. And then we get baited in, going for this deny. It's a great one to get, but you got to respect their level 2. And she actually happens to hit level 3 off of that creep, which is unfortunate. And then that's how it looks like they're going to kill you again. Not quite, but you are now very low and you feel required to run home. So that's one where it's... I'm glad you're thinking of going for the deny on the banner creep because it is a great one to go for. But as part of learning Dota, you will learn the really strong lane combos. Marcy and Io are one of them. And against that type of lane, you just got to give it up. And you get what you can get. The range for aggro, it's not further for ranged heroes, but you will sometimes see things, because there's 2 things that'll draw aggro. One, issuing an attack command when within, I think it's 500 range. I could be wrong on that. I'm really bad at remembering exact numbers. Pretty sure it's 500 range of creeps. So Sven here in these range, he issues an attack command on Io. You don't actually have to do the attack. You don't have to start the attack. But because it's in range, they will aggro to the Sven. The other thing is if you launch an attack and the attack actually hits when in range of other things. So for example, there's a creep wave here, Io's here, Venno launches an auto attack. Let's pretend these are all gone. Venno, well outside the 500 attack range of the creeps coming in, but Io runs back and the attack hits Io within the attack range of these creeps. If they can see Venomancer, they will aggro to the Venomancer for a little bit. By the time they get here, they're going to lose focus and then like fight these creeps again. But like that's another way. And that's why sometimes it can look like range creeps might have longer aggro range, I'm guessing is what you might have like seen, but they don't actually have more aggro range in terms of the like 500 range around the hero. All right, here it is, pushing in again. So after the outside of the first death and then the walk back, this is generally okay, right? Again, another moment, we get disposed. This time you do have Warcry, so you get out with more health. Watch. Even without doing much, the next wave is about to show right there. This is going to push back again. It's going to come in. Die. Go here. Come back. So all we're doing is we're waiting for all the moments the wave comes in this way. Farm it safely. Pushes out. Let them get it. In a strong versus weaker lane, or like a winning versus a losing lane, they're supposed to get more CS. Like you can't actually stop it unless they're bad. So you just need to get what you can without giving the extra kills. Otherwise, for a new player, like your last hits are not that bad. Always room for improvement, right? But I think you know conceptually what to be going for. I think you're just getting caught off guard by this Marcy and Io. The dispose, the repositioning, and then her like jump in is very strong. Catches a lot of people off guard, like any kind of repositioning tool. So I can understand why this lane like ended up working well. But hopefully everything we explained makes sense, and you'll know how to deal with this kind of stuff in the future. Let me know if you have any questions on that. We can try to address it. But otherwise, I'm going to start going through some of the other stuff you guys submitted. We're trying to find a lower ranked game.
Ой, а что это такое? Слезки.
Guardian, Slark, carry. How do I avoid having this bad of a lane when my support is non-existent? He went 4 or 5 fluffy hats. Okay, that actually might be useful, because that's the flip side. DG. Everything we just talked about here in this off-lane case is almost the exact same from a carry perspective, but just it's like flipped a little bit in the lane. So I actually think that would be a perfect follow-up. Oops. Let me change this real quick. So, the idea is the same. We get the advantage that by default, as the safe lane, the creeps meet by our tower. So in the last replay, we talked about how Sven has to do some kind of trick to get the lane to go from here to over here. And then you actually saw through the course of that replay, they never effectively dealt with it, right? It always kept going back and forth like this. This happens all the times in pub games. So the off lane has to, step 1, get it to push out. 2, not die to the level advantage. And then from there, he's usually pretty good until it's fixed. And then he's got to repeat it. As the carry, we start here We must prevent them from doing the tricks. But once it does happen, we need to know how to get it to come back in. At which point, we're going to farm under this tower, hopefully outside, but if it comes under, that's fine. It's going to shove out again, and we need to know how to completely shove it out so that it resets, or do a pull to also kind of like get it to reset. And we all got to do it on our own if the support sucks. So let's take a look. While this game starts, yeah, quick question about Jakiro Q. Why are people starting E now? Is it just for Liquid Frost? When do you pick E over Q? I recently did a Jakiro guide on this to talk more detail on it if you want to check that out. The reason is that in terms of damage, it is the same. Dual Breath does 100 damage level 1 for 135 mana. Liquid Fire does 100 damage at level 1, no mana. When it comes to harassing a single hero, it is strictly better to use Liquid Fire if that's all you're thinking about, is the damage, because this is free, and it's 13 seconds. So you can use it, let's say, like 5 times before you're level 2, whereas to use Dual Breath that many times, it would cost an insane amount of mana. You wouldn't be able to do anything else. You'd have to go through like so many mangoes. I'm going to pause here so that we make sure we're not missing too much. So when it comes to harassing one hero, Liquid Fire first is better. An example of this is if you're a really weak lane, like Jakiro is strong, but your carry might be weak. So like Jakiro, Spectre, and you're versus Death Prophet something, I don't know, right? That lane is stronger than you. We're not looking to kill them, but I need to keep them low so that Spectre can farm. This is where Liquid Fire can be really good. Dual Breath is better because it is a cone and it can hit multiple heroes. Technically, Liquid Fire can as well, but it's a much smaller radius than the Dual Breath, which you can aim and hit a lot of things. So level 1 fights at Bounty Runes, if you can hit like 3 heroes and you can make use of the move slow and attack slow, that is what makes Dual Breath good, not the damage. So if you're in a big level 1 fight, the Dual Breath is good. If you are trading in the lane and they are right-click heroes that you can chase down and they can't attack well because they're being slowed, you're going to get the damage regardless of whether you use Dual Breath or Liquid Fire. But when you use Dual Breath, for 5 seconds, you will pretty much win any right-click trade versus most heroes. So that's what you got to make use of. And then if your carry is more aggressive and can fight, then you make use of the slow as well to run down the enemy. So that's when you'll see Dual Breath level 1. Things like Monkey King, Slark, heroes who might actually get a kill level 1 versus enemies that you can chase and run down. But if they have escapes, you'll never use the slow, so it's not really worth it. If they're stronger than you, we're not committing to chasing them. They're going to kill us. So we're just poking from afar. That's why you'll see Liquid Fire first instead. And then by level 2, you get the other one, and then it kind of like evens out. Hopefully that helps answer the question. Okay, so Slark, what are we up to? Step 1, don't die. You're Slark at night, so it's fine for you to run out, but many carries risk their lives for a bounty when the rest of their team is going somewhere else, and that's no good. So for now, you're okay, but you come and hit this Slark, or this Bane. I don't know where anyone is. So what if he just nightmared you and then the rest of his team came from behind and double stunned you and then killed you? Or maybe you don't die, but you get really low. Gonna feel pretty bad. And what's the benefit of doing this? Are we killing Bane level 1? Probably not. We're gonna pick up a couple Essence Shift stacks. This, earlier I was talking about like the ward here, right? This is like a bad habit that goes unpunished until it goes punished. And it's not clear like when that shifts, and so you might not realize it, but this is not a risk worth taking, and it will backfire, and I don't want to get too extreme. You'll literally lose off of this stuff, right? Like, if you get first blooded and you just give the offlaner a way better start, like, you are meant to lose that lane. It's not going to go that way a lot because pub games are really chaotic and people throw their leads, but at a high level, just feeding a kill away for no reason is like lane losing. So I really recommend not risking your life like this unless you have the information. If I know Bane is here on their own and I can see 4 other heroes posturing mid, then it's fine. But when everyone is missing, and I'm like, I'm going to get 2 temporary Essence Shift stacks off of the Bane at massive risk, it's like so little reward for so much potential loss. It's just not worth doing. You can watch him from afar, by all means. Just creepily stare at him. And then once you see no one's with him, then you can go in. But until you have that information, don't risk your life.
Oh, that's very nice.
I have no idea how Bane works. He's never picked. Fair. Yeah, you just have to be careful of the Nightmare setup. The Nightmare, not everyone does it, but it is a great way to set up First Bloods if, people like you aren't ready for it. You just get slept for 3.5 seconds. It gives team, like when you fought him, you were here. If he sleeps you for 3 seconds, that's enough time for people hiding behind the trees to walk out and then stun you and then surround you, right? So you just got to be really careful, that kind of stuff. Bane also has slightly increased night vision. Doesn't show anywhere here, but you're Slark, so you're the best. So it's actually not an issue for you, but versus, let's say you're a drow, you got to be careful of the Bane because he will see you before you see him. You'll get nightmared, you'll get killed. Well, Nightmare's a short cast range, so maybe you'll still get away, but sometimes around trees or whatever, right? You get caught and you're done. Okay, so back to the original question. How do we deal with a support who's really bad? We don't want to block the entire wave. Now on either side, they both meet like right outside the safe lane tower nowadays. So you want to be very careful of doing the full block unless you know they're doing the same. But you can still do the same trick where you let the first one go through and then block the other 3 behind it. This way, the first one will keep them out of the tower, worst case scenario. If they are full blocking, the one creep will go forward, maybe it meets here, it'll die first. And then it'll be 4 versus 3 pushing into your tower. And out here is not that dangerous at level 1. And once it starts pushing in again, you can either balance it here or just let it come onto the tower, and then the next wave will meet like right here. It's like not that big of a deal, but it preemptively sets you up to be in a good spot. If they do the same trick I'm talking about, which is like the off lane lets the first creep go and blocks the back 3, and you do the same thing, then you're just going to have a 1v1 between creeps here, and then the other 3 are going to join in, which means it's also going to maintain here. So just you won't always see this at high level games because they don't need to do it. There's other things they can do. But for the average pub, I'm a big believer in blocking the back 3 because I think it just generally sets you up for favorable regen. There's cases where it won't, but again, just as a broad rule across like hundreds of games, I think it will typically work out in your favor to do something like that. Okay, so Bane is actually in our lane. I wasn't sure if he was just here or not. But once this comes under tower, this is going to be an issue. This is going to push out. This is exactly what happened in the last game. You're going to see a cycle that goes like back and forth like this. So now we're going to talk about how to fix that. But let's get to that point first. Sometimes the enemy screws it up. Sometimes they launch AoE spells and fix it for us. In this case, it actually is kind of happening. They actually did fix it for us. Shouldn't have happened, but sometimes we get lucky like that. So you do have to be careful in the future about drawing creeps under your tower like that. This time, unpunished for it. Right here. So I want to safely farm this creep wave. I don't want to deal with any bullshit. This is where you use the creep aggro. They start looking at techies. I don't want them to go to techies. Now, he might have drawn the aggro, in which case you can't dissuade them. But sometimes Dota's very unclear of like why they're doing things. So you might as well try. It's like 0 effort. I mean, it's effort, but it's like 0 time. So there's no harm in trying. You're within 500 range, like at the very edge of it. Attack command the Bane. These creeps will walk back towards you. It's going deeper under tower towards your safety and away from Bane's safety. When they're out here, Bane doesn't mind going for the denies, harassing you, stunning you on the lion. But when they're over here, they might be more hesitant, especially as you drag it further and further. So this is where you have to use creep aggro instead of like walking up to the actual creeps, which you only did briefly, but enough to get stunned, and we lost some extra health for it. Could have gotten that last hit. I'm not going to critique too hard. I know tower last hitting can be dicey. Is this the secret sauce with the fluffy hats? Lol. I mean, it's a lot of damage, but the issue is not the fluffy hats. It's that he's not like in the lane right away and not attacking. I think he was part of like some earlier stuff, so he was slow to lane, but when creeps split like this and it's hitting the melee, it very frequently will target the range creep next. So just kind of have that mentally prepped. All Dota players should know this, because getting last hits under tower is going to happen, and it's good to get as many as you can. The range creep, like, it'll start by hitting a melee, and it will almost always go for the range creep next like this. And this catches so many melee heroes off guard. They go, oh shit, you know, and then they got to run this way to try to get to the range creep, and then you don't make it in time like this, right? So you just got to know it ahead of time. Unless the enemy is preemptively zoning you off and it's not worth the risk, you know, then don't do it. But when they give up and they just leave, then you can run it around, but as your melee creep's dying, know that the next one is almost for sure the range creep, and make your way there. 3 tower attacks, then you attack for a full health range creep. Or you attack once, 2 tower hits, and then you attack again. Those are 2 very basic ways to do it. If it's taking a little bit of damage, the math gets very messy. So let's not worry about that. Usually the range creep is full health. All right. We must learn creep equilibrium. So I'm going to back up a little bit because we were talking about other stuff as this happened. So we lost some stuff. So came under tower like this, right? We lived. This creep wave got aggroed out of the way like this. They have 3 melee creeps. Bane is trying to do what offlaners want to do, which is like, oh, I'm going to get to keep it out here if I keep these creeps alive, and we're going to see what we saw in the last replay. It's going to go back and forth like this and stay here. If you see this happening, you have a couple options. One, take these creeps, if you have enough alive, outside of the tower and wait back here to do the same thing Bane is doing, and then it'll be net even. Odds are your creeps have been damaged too much at that point, so it won't work. Next step is to do a pull, which actually Techies does. Either you must buy enough time from this pull with this creep wave so that these creeps all die and this walks up, but this is 3 versus 4 creeps, so it's going to be a good amount of damage shared back. And most small camps on a full pull won't do enough damage. If you do a half pull, that's probably your best bet, where you catch the back 2 and let the front 2 walk forward. That's your best bet to maybe this eventually works out in this area on like the next wave coming in. But if you do a full pull, it's much easier to do a connected pull nowadays than it used to be. So if this camp is open, you can consider that. In that case, this whole creep wave will die, and theirs won't. And this creep wave is supposed to match up to this creep wave. So when your neutrals, these neutrals, kill this creep wave, and these neutrals, or these lane creeps, can't kill this full wave, it's going to come back here. You're going to be in a good spot again. So a connected pull is one way to do this. Maybe the small camp is blocked. Maybe the hard pull is available. Same deal. You can pull the hard camp in, like when they're over here, like 26, 26, 56, hit this, pull in. It's going to stack, though. So you have to ask yourself if you want to deal with that. So you might want this blocked. Like someone to stand in there, do the pull, but prevent the stack. The other option is to not do anything. Go with this creep wave and fight, because you will have the creep advantage. It's in front of their tower, but in the same way Marzi hit level 2 first, it's something very similar. You might have the level advantage. In fact, you do. You're both level 2. He's level 1. So you have the level advantage. You also have the creep advantage because they're trying to keep these creeps alive. So you'll have 7 to 4 creeps. The danger is the tower. You don't have to kill them. You need to get this creep wave killed, and for the tower to kill the rest of your creeps. This is all covered in a separate video, by the way, guys. So if you want to see more examples of this, check out that video. I'll find it in a moment and link it in the chats. It sounds like a lot to take in at once, but it's really important for learning how to side lane. It'll help you win when you have all these like supports that aren't doing anything, if you understand equilibrium and how to deal with it. So all right, so they didn't do a great job. They did a very average job, is what most people do. So this is going forward. You can, at this point, they start moving. You need your creeps to start moving back to the lane so that it matches back up. This is actually working better than I thought it would, this full pull. If you have a different camp, it may not work as well. But as soon as you see your creeps dying, this camp needs to be dead. So instead of standing here, if you actually stood here and monitored this, you could be attacking neutrals to get them killed off, and then it'll fix itself. So that's like another way it could have worked out. Otherwise, because it didn't happen, you can try to aggro this wave and draw it in. Dangerous if they're here. You can try to aggro it and run it this way, which is a little bit safer, but if they chase you, it still creates some issues. So a lot of times, it's going to end back under tower, and we're going to end up in the same scenario again. It's going to push out again, and we're going to have to pick whether we commit to shoving it all the way in, whether they fix it on their own by accident, or we do some kind of the pull that we talked about. But when you have a support that sucks, it actually is not the end of the world if it rubber bands back and forth a lot. Ah, damn, that was almost a kill. Tower's trying to kill everything. He's dragging it out, so he's going to sit out here for a little bit. So you guys can do a pull. If you did a half pull, that would be best there. If you do the full pull, you probably have to kill this neutral camp a little faster. Okay, so Techies is now officially gone. So this is where we're okay with things rubber banding. Abandon this pull right now. Aggro... click one of your creeps to de-aggro these guys right now. This is a good position. 5 creeps versus 4 creeps is going to sit right here. It's actually difficult for you as a melee hero versus 2 ranged. It's better if you're ranged. So in this case, we need to create a rubber band situation intentionally now, where you're actually going to bring these to the safety of your tower to shove the lane out, and then do your own pull on the next wave to create this like back and forth that has been happening now that Techies is no longer here. If you try to sit here at equilibrium, you'll just take a bunch of ranged harass and be zoned out of the wave. If you connect the pull that you were trying to do and you draw their creep wave, you're going to get zoned off the whole thing. If you somehow catch it to your own creep wave, but not theirs, that actually will work out. They'll get more farm for it, but you will get this guaranteed farm by bringing it on your tower. So maybe you could have tried it. But I think this will naturally push into your lane unless they do really good creep management, which this is Guardian, so they probably won't. There you go. It's coming in. You see how you're going for last hits like right in front, though? And this is where you could potentially die. Fortunately, Lion's not here, but this is the same risk that the Sven was taking. He comes in for one last hit, even though more are going to come into him to safety soon, and then he suffers a heavy price for it. So just be careful of that. Fortunately, Lion did leave, and I also don't think Bane can punish you that hard on his own. That was actually a little scarier than I thought. You ran away kind of far, being caught off that stun. You can turn back a little sooner, but this is sort of what I was talking about, which is like, this creep wave comes under your tower, and this should be safe for you to farm, with or without techies. It just happens to be that you're super low, so now you're scared. But this is supposed to be your wave that you drag in. Like this way. Like, aggro this creep wave. Walk up, A-click this line, and drag it back. Because we didn't do that, right? Now he can stun again. Now we're about to die. But if you had done the creep aggro, you should be able to pick up at least 2 CS there. And now our lane's going to shove again. And we're going to let it shove. If they step away and give you space, and you know, Bane's here, Lion's here, shove this. Walk out, kill this range creep right away. Secure it while you can. Once they're back in lane, you're not going to get this range creep. Is the most valuable one. So walk out, kill it right away. Get this lane shoving in really hard because they're going to go back and deal with it, and then you'll do your own pull. If you wait around like you did, then now they're back, and now we're not going to get last hits. But it is going to shove. So you should stay in the area for XP. And now it's shoving. We're not going to chase because we can't do anything, especially this low. So now we're going to look for the pull, one of these two. They just killed your small camp, which is unfortunate, so now you're going to have to do this one. Depending on your hero, you can also jungle. This is why the change here made this more difficult if you lose your lane. Slark, not a good jungler. You should probably just, like, sit out of sight and heal. Yeah, with the Barracuda for a while. But you could have tried for a hard pull. Which, to be clear... So no small camp. Oh, shit. Walk over here. Hit it now at like 526. Run it this way. Turns out there's a lion here, so it wouldn't have worked out. But, you know, in cases where the lion's not here, you would do a hard pull. This creep wave would walk over. We're hoping they don't notice, and then they all die before they react to it. And we're hoping that this will either shove in, die, and reset, or push out. Which in this case, they actually saved enough creeps that it's not going to fix itself. That won't always be the case, though. Is it safe to pull with the lion? I mean, it's dangerous, so if lion's in the area, you can't go for it. But if lion isn't in the area, you want to try, because otherwise, it's just, you're not doing anything, you know? So you should go for the pull, even if it's, as long as you don't think you'll be killed for it. Yeah, like this pull. Great. Probably not going to get any last hits out of this. And I don't think I would even use the Q to try to farm it. The goal here is to deny your own creeps. And if any creeps happen to fall low, great. This is what the goal of the pull is. This is safety. Aggro. Let's ignore techies. Techies is useless. Techies is not here. Aggro this creep wave back this way. If you stay here, they're going to walk up. They're going to start hitting you. They're going to throw spells. You're going to die. Aggro this intentionally back under the tower. We are sacrificing equilibrium to make it go back and forth. Because every time it comes back here, I can safely get last hits. When we don't intentionally aggro it, this is what happens. We have to just watch them deny stuff. Phew. Thanks, Viper. And you just have to do this till you hit some kind of timing. For Slark, it's level 6. Once you have level 6, you can abandon the lane and jungle much more effectively with your ultimate. For certain heroes, Luna, Sven, Jakiro, you're getting a couple levels so that you can start farming jungle faster. It varies. Some people it's like Morbid Mask. But you just need to do this style until you get enough. And I know it's frustrating to have like bad supports, but it's all very doable without them. Like everything I explained essentially ignores techies. Technically, techies should do it, but it is doable by you. Which creeps? The neutral creeps? Like on a pull? Regular creeps. Okay. I'm gonna step out of this. Actually, is this the easiest way to show it? Let me think real quick. We're gonna try. It's kind of difficult to showcase this on my own. And I don't even need to use creep aggro that much. So I might miss some of this exact stuff. But we'll try to show. Be Pudge off lane as one does. Make it realistic. Okay. I'm about to dump a bunch of information. Most of it is true. I may be slightly misremembering some of it. You don't have to remember all of this at once. Creeps have attack priorities. They will only, when you draw aggro, it's not permanent. They will chase you for, I think, 2.8 seconds, and then they will reevaluate. If you are still the #1 target, they will go for you. If there are other things that are higher priority than you, they'll go for the highest priority. So, for example, let's get over here. I'm going to creep aggro as Pudge here. They're going to chase me for a few seconds, and I'm just going to run away. Because I am running away, I'm actually quite low on the target priority for creeps. I'm not attacking them. I'm not attacking any of their heroes. Like, why do they give a shit about me? Compared to that, my creeps are actively attacking them. When I draw aggro, they can't stop chasing me for most people just say 3 seconds. I actually think it's 2.8, but whatever. For that amount of time, they can't stop chasing me. But once they reach the end of that and they reprioritize, Pudge is ignoring them, and these creeps are beating the shit out of them. So they reprioritize to these creeps. So let me show that. We draw aggro on the axe. We walk back. They chase us, and then after that window, they go, wait, we're being hit by these guys. That's no good. If you try to do it again here, this is where a lot of offlaners lose aggro. So they want to bring these two creeps back this way. They want to split it off. They draw aggro, they start walking back, but the range creep is often attacking either one of their allies over here or one of the actual creeps you're drawing aggro, which means when that aggro window ends, they reprioritize and Pudge is ignoring them, and this range creep is something they care about, so they turn around to the range creep. Instead, if I turn around at the end of that window and attack this creep, and they try to reprioritize, they're actively being hit by me and the range creep, but I am closest to them, so they will continue to hit me. Let's see if I can do this window right, because I don't have to do this very often. So I'm going to turn around and attack. I lost it for a little bit there, but you saw they chased me longer. We're going to try again here. Once they're actively attacking something, they won't switch to something else if they're all equal priority. So let's say I start attacking this melee creep. This melee creep is attacking this one. We're both the same priority, this melee creep and me, but he's already attacking this guy, so he's not going to change unless I attack his hero, because that's a higher priority thing than himself. So like we draw it back, and then I turn around and I hit this creep. So because I'm hitting this creep, I accidentally screenshotted that. Because I'm hitting this creep now, he's going to hit me even as these guys hit him. So you kind of repeat this trick and process what's happening. This is a lot to take in, I know. These melee creeps are chasing, so I'm never going to get them to split, unfortunately. Sometimes, though, it's just the range creep who's trying to pull them back. And so I can keep drawing aggro by repeating this, by turning around and hitting them so that they stay here, and then I attack axe again, and I pull them back again, and then I turn around and hit them, and then I keep repeating that to keep them on me and never get drawn away from the range creep. But when other creeps are nearby, most people don't know to do this, and that's why they stop chasing you and they go back to the creeps. It's because the aggro window has ended and these creeps are higher priority. If you're talking about neutral creeps, or for anyone wondering, and you're trying to do a poll, and actually I can just showcase this. You can de-aggro these guys. So this happens a lot when people are trying to do pulls. They walk out and they accidentally A-click their own creep, and you see these guys stopped attacking me. So even though they're supposed to chase me like all the way here, the classic is, you know, you do this at like 117, and as you're walking, you accidentally click your own creep, and then the pull stops happening. But a lot of people don't realize that can happen. So like this pull should happen if I just keep going, but then I accidentally hit my creep, and then they just turn around. So you have to be careful of that too. The easiest way to... I know everything we said is a lot. The easiest thing to do if you need to keep drawing creep aggro is to just keep repeating attack, axe, walk back. They stop chasing you, attack, axe, walk back. Like, even as they lose aggro, for that brief window, they moved this way, and it was a little safer and a little easier for me. And if you attack them and you just keep drawing aggro, like, eventually you pull them back. They might take more damage than is ideal, but if the alternative is just standing in equilibrium and getting beaten up by a Bane and a Lion, then I want to just keep doing this and pick up, like, a CS is better than no CS. Risey Boy, I am open to reviewing any game. If it's like a similar MMR or higher than me, which is like around 6.4, it becomes harder. I'm still open to look at it, especially for supports. I think I can still comment on. For cores, I can't comment as much, but I can reflect on, like, I wish you would do this for me. It can be more of a discussion than, like, me just saying what I think is right. Because of that MMR, right? I recognize that. I don't know everything. For some of these ranks, though, like where we are now, I feel like I can speak with relative certainty. Eris, yeah, I remember that trick, but I always forget to use it. And I usually just end up using console commands to, like, get by. Okay. I hope that helped answer the Slark question. By the time we stopped that replay, you were approaching level 6, so you would have gone through the lane. So we highlighted a couple things that could get you to level 6 a little sooner, and or at least a couple more CS at the same rate, and hopefully take a little less damage. Okay, I'm gonna stand again. All right, back to chaos mode, guys. Any rank? Yeah. Drop them. Who cares? We did Guardian, Archon, Divine. So we've kind of covered a range. We could start filling in between. It also doesn't have to be a perfect mix. I don't really care. Ooh, Krish, I know we were talking earlier. Herald. That could be a good one. We don't always have Heralds in here because due to the bell curve, we have a lot of, like, Guardian through Archon. I got several higher Divine Immortal players here today. What's up, guys? Radiant melee creep. Okay, yours, I'm just going to look at the draft real quick. I don't think Faceless Void is probably... Faceless Void mid is probably not the pick in that game. Let me see real quick on that pick order. So you said you wanted Lockdown for this anti-mage. Your team had what? Spectre, Night Stalker, Muerta, Grimstroke. I actually think you guys have decent Lockdown for him. In the early game, you have the AoE silence from Night Stalker that the Manta does not get him out of. So he's actually required to build a BKB, which he doesn't want to. So that's really good. And then the Grimstroke leash is solid, as well as the E. Muerta Fear, there's good follow-up. A little more catch does not hurt, but I think you can just be a regular mid. I don't think you have to be like a Faceless Void. I don't know if my mid-tier list is up to date. Oh, it's a little bit. I would say anyone with some amount of catch and who can come online early is pretty solid. So, like, I don't even remember everyone in the draft. But things like, I know Storm is maybe not ideal, but he is the catch. But maybe something like Ember or Tiny could be good. Magnus, like, you can commit the Blink RP, I think is fine. Puck's maybe not the greatest, but you'll at least have Leash. I think Sand King could be okay. Dragonite, like, blink stun and hope he doesn't react in time, because I mean it's pretty fast, right? really anyone with just catch is fine. Or you could just trust your teammates to do it and then look to increase the tempo, because anti-mage isn't going to do much till like 3 items. So if you can kind of set up your team to win before then I think that's fine. The issue with Faceless Void is that you actually can't, you'll catch anti-mage and no one on your team will do anything because they can't do damage in Chronosphere. So you actually need, like, someone else would be better, especially with the Spectre, so that Spectre can follow up with the Shadow Step. She actually can't do it into the Chronosphere. Okay, we got a lot of games that sound like they could be interesting to look at. All right. First, as an extension of the laning stage we've been talking a lot about, let's do this one, which this time you said PA got first blood, so you guys had a strong start, and then the lane still went terribly. So that's where usually there's a fundamental mistake on how to approach the lane, or like something really bad happened, and that's why I think it'll be interesting to look at. And this is Divine with some Immortal players coming in, so any kind of mistake will be pretty meaningful. Earlier, we covered like the Sven and the Sven offlane and the Slark carry, where it's like, my support's not doing anything, right? And there's so many mistakes there. It will still happen in Divine and Immortal. I see it all the time in my own games too. But more likely, right, one laning mistake can cost you a lot. So that's what I'm kind of interested in. Since you did get the first blood, it sounds like you should be set up for success. Axe is not the easiest lane to crush, but I feel like it should have been doable. Okay, so let's see. So you guys got the Pudge, easy first blood, goes to the PA. Let's see what PA buys. Nyx is not that strong. You could probably kill the Nyx if you get him low and then you focus him. Axe, you guys can whittle away, but I would be very careful of committing too hard on due to the spin being very good versus Little Shredder. You'll actually do a lot of damage to yourself. And even PA, right? PA attacks quite fast with the Phantom Strike, and then you guys are actually just gonna get spun on while he has like bonus armor through Berserker's Call potentially. So I'd be a little scared of that. He also seems to be AFK in the base. Oh, we got a kill and an assist. Walk up, interested in blocking this camp. I think that's fine. I would consider potentially unblocking yours instead if you feel you can body block this. And when you have a strong start, usually you're set up in a way to be able to feel good enough to body block. Snapfire is a stronger 5, Nyx is a weaker 4, so that's kind of what's giving me that idea. And I don't think you saw Nyx at the start of the game, which means he could have come down here and blocked your camp. So that might be something to consider. I also don't think it's the end of the world if you block their camp and then your camp turns out to be blocked and you have to get a sentry afterwards. I think it's like fine. I don't think you need a null talisman. I think you want to be spamming Little Shredder. Maybe I'm behind on the builds. Let me check real quick, but I don't feel like you need this. Is this what people are doing? They're getting like casual null talisman to spam this? All right, I'm not seeing anyone do it. I'm seeing everyone go like straight arcanes. Which that does sound better to me. Like get a magic stick and then that should cover your mana needs. Maybe magic stick's not the greatest versus lane, but then like a casual clarity while you do a pull I think would be fine. All right, does this matter at all? Probably not. Like it's useful to see Nyx rotate, but we're in the lane and there should be heroes here. Like I don't know what they're doing, but in a typical game they would be here and you're walking over to deal with this, which means you're missing XP. You guys got 2 kills. You should have the XP lead. So when you both hit level 2, you have a lot of kill potential. You're taking yourself out of the lane for no reason, and that means PA is going to hit level 2, and you're not going to be level 2. So you're going to miss out on Cookie or Scatterblast to get kills. So we're kind of hurting our own potential here. I also don't trust carry players. They're shady people, let me tell you what. And they also don't know how to maintain equilibrium. So in an empty lane, tell me why a divine/immortal carry is hitting enemy creeps and not balancing it perfectly. Whereas you could now come in and help fix this. If you were in lane, you could be attacking your creeps now. But instead, in an empty lane, it's starting to push forward, like, ever so slightly. Especially as Nyx now enters a lane. Like, she was kind of managing it, but then Nyx comes and interrupts. And now things are starting to get messy. Now we're dragging creeps. None of this should have happened. Look, now we have 2 range creeps. Okay, see, now he stuns and damages it, so he's, like, kind of fixing it for you. But off the very first wave, off of having a kill, the first blood, all that, we are giving them equilibrium in the very first wave. And that's a really big mistake in this bracket. If you were here at the start and Nyx walks in like this, let's say you didn't do this, right? We're just in the lane the whole time. We're denying things. That means when he walks up, and let's say we're like over here, getting this deny, working on more. If he tries to stun, we're like damaging him, auto-attacking him right now. And we wouldn't have had to draw this creep aggro. Now, PA's at the level 2, but we're not. We just took a bunch of damage. We are ranged. We're the only ranged hero versus 2 melee heroes. How did I end up taking 400 damage? Right? It's because this lane is really weird. The way we walked around and everything, feeling like, oh, we should chase that Nyx from over here, got us in the creep aggro. So you've lost like 400 health you probably shouldn't have. Mainly the only way you should take damage is from Battle Hunger when he spams it on you. And all your tangos, like you can use them to counter Battle Hunger, but then you can also feed them over to PA when you're not taking damage. Unless you do take damage. So here you're trying to chase a Nyx. What is Nyx doing? Why does this bother you? What Nyx is over here for? Why is Nyx not allowed to be here that you feel like I gotta go push him out of this area? There's nothing, right? I feel like this happens to a lot of supports. You just feel like you're supposed to like chase and harass like supports. But like Axe is here getting last hits versus the PA. And if we look at the net worth, right? Like he is 2/3 of the net worth PA is. You guys should have a big advantage here, but he's like freely last hitting here because you're chasing the Nyx out of empty space. So you should just ignore Nyx. When Nyx is over here, Axe will flame the Nyx for being useless. When you chase the Nyx, he's like, fantastic space making, Nyx. I'm getting last hits here. This is going really well. So don't give Nyx this win by chasing him. Just stay in the lane and keep hitting Axe. Like step out, hit Axe. Do a little creep aggro, use a little shredder, hit Axe, right? Get him low before he picks up any major regen items, before he picks up armor, phase boots, health of ring of health, whatever that one's called. When he backs away, hit your own creeps. That we're chasing the Nyx, we end up dying, and we like the lane's getting a little messy. Axe kind of getting a favorable trade with the PA. He might die here actually. It's kind of close, but why is it close when, like you said, we had the first blood, we should have the advantage? Because we took like a 100-0 fight. We never made use of the fact that you're the only ranged hero here, that she has dagger spam, that we should be whittling them down and then committing. Instead, we like take an even health trade on the Nyx, and it ends up being like a full health fight versus PA and Axe. No use of the ranged harass, the only ranged hero in this lane. At this point, you're still winning, so you can kind of fix it again. Getting close, might chase too far. But you see like what happened to PA off that first fight? She took too much damage, and now she's afraid to like be here. Now she's actually gonna walk home. So this now resets everything. It's no longer a winning lane, I would say. If you hadn't taken if you hadn't taken so much damage at the start, you could maybe be feeding your tangos. He now gets the Lotus. So if I look at the net worths of you guys combined, PA is technically higher, but with the Lotus and everything, like, I'm kind of favoring them. This does not look like a lane where you guys came in with 2 kills. Oh yeah, I asked and I forgot to look for your response. You were checking to see if the enemy had taken this. Counterpoint, why does it matter? Not to sound too harsh, but like really, who cares if he sees this? What's gonna happen? Are you gonna rotate mid? I mean, maybe, but at that point, you'll cap it at that point. Like, this is really useful for the bounties, but after that, it really drops in value. It's still useful to some degree, but like, is it useful enough to miss the most critical first wave meeting? Probably not. So like, who cares? I think Watchers bait a lot of people. I see this all the time. The first wave meets and then like the support goes and captures this Watcher. Like, why does this Watcher matter? And then the 2 heroes do 400 damage to the carry because you're like over here. The Watchers don't matter. Like, if you get them early, great. Otherwise, get them when you have time. But like, the first waves and the early waves are not the time to go get it. All right, I see why. At this point, it's now, I'm going to say an even lane, but we've clearly lost the lead we had. Oh no, and we get wrecked by tree vision. That was pretty good on Nyx's part. Yeah, so for you, just try to be in the lane more. Anytime you're the only ranged hero versus 2 melees, you should be in the lane as much as possible, hitting heroes, whittling them down, and then you can debate whether you fight or not. I think the way you guys took fights and when you took fights ended up not making use of any of that, so that they were able to win like very close fights. And there's a world where you guys win and then you keep snowballing, but they ended up coming out ahead and then winning the fights, and now they end up winning the lane. Okay. Daedalus Fic. Maybe some Crusader Medusa gameplay? Take a look at this real quick. I mean, they might see you pull, but they're gonna know you pulled once the creeps don't show up, right? Like, it's also gonna be revealed. And by the time he sees you there, let me pitch it another way. He doesn't have vision. If he wants to stop you from pulling, he needs to go at the right time. If he doesn't know where you are, he has to assume you're pulling if he doesn't want you to pull, and he has to go there and stop it. It doesn't actually matter if he has vision or not. By the time he sees you pulling, if he's not already in position, he will not stop you from pulling. So it's, again, it's like useful to have as you then fight for the small camp. But if it's already happened, then he's missed the mark and he's only getting like some bonus value off a losing play. rather than he completely prevented the losing play, which he should have been there with or without vision on time if he knew it was a big deal. Anyways, it's not... I don't want to like sound too harsh on it. It's not too bad to get watchers. You just need to understand what the time and positioning commitment requirement is, and that a lot of people do it at wrong times. If you do have it, it doesn't hurt, and will typically only provide a benefit, but you just have to be smart about when you are going for it. Okay, let's try this Crusader Medusa offlane game. Medusa offlane has been getting very popular at the pro level. It's making its way into pubs. I have actually only seen it in a couple of my games, and I'm interested in seeing how you guys are doing with it in your games. And it sounds like there is some blaming going on in your game. Some people blamed you after the 50-minute loss. Some other people had bad builds. Let's see. Laning stage went about even. Where's the gyro? These net worths are a little low, but this is, I think for the rank, it's like, it's kind of okay, but something for you yourself to improve on. That amount of gold does mean like last hits are being missed that shouldn't be. So something to slowly work on. Tanking well, but not able to threaten objectives. Okay, so when's this meteor hammer timing? 17 minutes. Okay. So part of that goes back to... There's a window on Medusa offlane where she's scary. And this is actually why missing the last hits does matter a lot. The sooner you pick up the meteor hammer, the sooner you can pressure towers, and the less risk there is to you because your relative tankiness is still quite high. But the later it goes, the more likely they pick up damage to deal with it, or even a defusal. And then it becomes much scarier to threaten objectives on your own. I'm going to jump forward to around that time. But yeah, taking a quick look at it, like 26 last hits at 10.5 minutes. Relative to the rank is acceptable, but you can be much higher at this window, and then you'll have a lot more impact. I also see a Falcon Blade in here, which I think typically gets skipped. I think the most common build is like double null straight into double null the wand and then straight into meteor. So I would recommend that rather than the Falcon Blade. I think raindrops are maybe acceptable, but I don't know. I haven't paid enough attention to Medusa offlanes to know if it's worth, like, even worth it. Because, like, alternatively, you're just rushing to... How to say this? The raindrops is very good for regular heroes, but your mana to damage conversion is so good. I actually don't even know if raindrops is necessary, but I haven't paid enough attention to offlane Medusas to know if they're doing it or not. I'm just unsure. And I don't know if delaying the meteor hammer is worth it for what it does give you, even though it does give you some mana regen. But so does like the components to the Kaya. So that's why I think it's probably better to just go for that. Hey, Monch. It might actually be against your favor. You used to be the raffle king. Currently, it's in chaos mode because we started doing multi-streaming, and I don't have a good tool for raffling off on both YouTube and Twitch. So I have a multi-chat, and I just have everyone dump in their replays and info, and I just read things that might be interesting or pick randomly. It's not a perfect system, but I am not a perfect person, so it's gonna keep... We're just gonna do it for now until I eventually work something out for it. Or not. The last couple times we've done this chaos mode, I kind of enjoy it. Maybe not as fair, but sometimes we can connect, like, relevant lessons. Like, earlier, where we did like the offlane Sven and then the carry Slark, which were very related to each other. All right, I'm just gonna go to like wherever this meteor timing comes out. I don't fully understand, because I jumped around, I don't fully understand why you left this lane while this tower is still up. I see that we lost our tower, so maybe they made a play with the Shadow Shaman ult and everything, but I kind of think you should still just keep shoving this in and then like farm this triangle, like kind of do this. I don't strictly think you need to be moving to other lanes until you get the Meteor Hammer. If you, again, maybe something came up and you felt the need to move around, so I'm not, I'll leave it to you. If you know what you did, so if you think you can stay in your own lane and keep farming, I would recommend that. As part of Medusa offlane having as much impact as possible, I don't know when you took this split shot, but a lot of Medusa offlanes don't take it. And they actually try to avoid jungling as much as they can because they're not taking it and it's slower. Mystic Snakes helps, so does Gorgon's Grasp. So you can do some jungling as necessary, but yeah, usually not with split shot. You're not really building any damage either. I mean, you did, but you're not supposed to. Most people just completely skip split shot. For a pub game, it might be acceptable to get the 1 point, but I would not do it until Mystic Snake and Gorgon Grasp are both maxed. Okay, so when we compare this Meteor with other stuff, Sniper is good versus you, Necro's not that good, Lion's good, or he's like okay at least. And then Gyro can be good, but he needs more farm. All right, just for comparison real quick. If you skip this Falcon Blade, Meteor Hammer will move up to about here. And then you get a Manta. You're supposed to go straight into the Gleipnir. And so Atos, so Meteor would finish around here, and then Atos would be done around here. Plus then the Gleipnir like finished around here. And that timing is much earlier. You're doing an offlane Medusa that gets the Meteor and then goes straight back to a regular carry, which isn't really offlane Medusa. So you're kind of in this middle ground world, which is maybe why this didn't have as much impact. That's not to say like the other people's build and stuff. We didn't even look at them, right? But I'm just saying for you. Typically what you want to win your lane because Mystic Snake and Gorgon Grasp are really powerful in the laning stage, and the Mana Shield keeps you alive. Get the Meteor Hammer, and then start going tower to tower. You get the Atos, because it's going to give you more Mana Shield, but also give you catch to set up your own Gorgon's Grasp. And then you can, like, Atos, Gorgon's Grasp, Meteor, or, like, Atos, Meteor, Gorgon's Grasp, whatever order. You also have teammates to then work with. Like, she can be winding up her ultimate Hoodwink the whole time when you do that. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, you're still pretty tanky. Like, that was a good fight. It's in a weird spot, but that does showcase some of the strength of the offlane Medusa. You should just go straight back into the lane, though. Find a camp. So, here's the thing. You, as Medusa, it's like, oh, I'm kind of low. Right, your health doesn't matter. Health is fake. You just need mana. If you can find a camp that is like, these guys are actually fantastic at it. If you can stack this camp and then Mystic Snake, you'll regain so much mana. Unless this is outdated information and Mystic Snake no longer works that way. But I'm pretty confident it still does it not? It's not like only against heroes now, right? I don't see anything about that. So, in that sense, you don't have to go home, and then you could immediately start farming again. Medusa offlane, what you want is to have a good start, and you want to park yourself on the enemy's half of the map as much as possible. So anytime you're going home, anytime you're jungling your own stuff, that's a different hero. Let me see what these other people's builds were that you mentioned. Gleipnir into the late game Mjolnir. I don't even know what Hoodwink's build should be nowadays. Silencer also went Ags. Why does every pub silencer want to do this? Irrepressible. Why did he even take Irrepressible? He didn't even get the he didn't even get a Mask of Madness. What's the point? That's not great. Yo, Darch, congrats on reaching Ancient 1. That's awesome. Let's see. So, for example, this walk to the mid lane, maybe your team is calling for something, and I'm okay with that, to try to, like, you know, play with the team and all that. But generally, I think what Medusa would like is that you literally just keep going forward. Your teammates, your supports, you yourself if you have to, put an observer, you know, somewhere to help protect you. And you literally just keep Meteor Hammer, okay, back off, your farmer camp, come back, push the wave, Meteor Hammer back, you know, this camp, Meteor Hammer, maybe this camp, you know, and you just keep repeating this. And to kill Medusa, they need to bring like 3+ heroes to their own half of the map, which is why even if they kill you, it feels really bad because the whole rest of your time, your team should then be moving up on the rest of the map, and you're getting like insane map efficiency. And then you maybe still escape because you pop Stone Gaze and either get out or you petrify everyone and then you TP out in front of their face. That's like why it works. That's like the idea of the Medusa offlane. All right, I'll take the bait. Divine AA Pos 5. I think I played perfectly. Please prove me wrong. I appreciate the tongue in cheek. Okay, let's take a look. All right, let's take a look. No problem, Daedalus. The complete build, to go a little further, is usually something like double null wand, Kaya into the meteor, Gleipnir. Sometimes people get blade mail before the Gleipnir. I don't fully know when one is better than the other because I haven't tried it that much myself. I do like the Gleipnir though. Scythe after that is a relatively solid pickup. Shard can be good. Any mana item really after that can also be good. Octarine, Wind Waker. I saw someone try Conda when they needed a break. I can't remember what pro match that was. But all these things give you, you're like utility frontline, and they don't want to deal with you because you're so tanky. But if they try to walk past you, you'll get hit by so many different like utility items that the Medusa has that they can't ignore you. Or they try to ignore you and you take their towers with Meteor Hammer. That's kind of the idea. (13-0 and 23). Is it? I wasn't even watch. I didn't even. Oh shit! That is a pretty good score line. All right, let's see it. Okay, what are we against? Probably a Nature's off lane and then Lion or Shadow Shaman. So I think these items are not bad. We might need to buy a Quelling Blade a little sooner. But we can wait to actually confirm if it's Nature's in our lane. Alright, Jakiro starts a little early on this. Shadow Shaman does not react though, so it's okay. It's not okay. Oh, it's so okay. Okay, we get our bounties. Got a lot of money. What are we gonna spend our money on? It actually ends up being OD off lane. So you can delay the Quelling Blade. Trying to get the deny. I see you attempting it. Doing some poking. This will happen a lot versus ODs. The most common way to use the Astral is to prevent the ranged last hit. So just keep that in mind that your carry is probably not going to get these because that's what he's waiting for. So be ready to get the follow-up. All right, that's prune it. Not perfect. Let's leave. We also got to spend this money. Can't be sitting on this amount of money in the laning stage. Like, the first blood is not doing anything right now. We're missing like half the potential net worth in this lane. All right, getting the denies going. I'm up for the fast null since you got the first blood. Kind of wasn't paying attention to how that happened, actually. I was looking at the side. Okay, so Slark did his own pull. Make our way left. Walk a little close here. Just what kind of baits this, but you guys have level 2 first. So you guys get the kill. This goes back to the level advantage, guys. Why every little last hit and deny matters a lot. Yeah, we never actually walked around here. I was gonna say that earlier when you placed this, you actually didn't look to see if you unblocked anything, but that the lane was starting, so that's why you went over and I was gonna let it slide. But actually, it does get you on stuff like that. I think you could have got that range creep. Okay, rather than look for this, because if Shadow Shaman wants to body block it, you're not going to stop it. And it would require Slark to come over to get the kill if you do like bait out a long fight, but then he's going to miss a full creep wave. I'd actually say you should probably be over here getting the Lotus rather than walk this way. Dang, Astral so long. I thought he was like rage pausing. What else is happening? Okay, my rough plan for you is that you'll start playing with the Legion, especially when you both have 6. Probably a little earlier than that, but you can like mentally prep for that. Still helping Slark in the meantime's good. Probably just farm that big creep. Like right now, just be like hitting it. Six minutes. This is pushing out. No small camp. I was gonna say Slark could do his own pull, and then you guys could help with the rune. You can attempt this steal, but I think it's pretty hard. Okay.
Jakiro's going for the wisdom rune. I would tag along. All right, barely works out, but there's a chance where that doesn't happen because you didn't go with him. I think you should commit to it, go with him.
You might both die in the end, but if you get it, I think it's worth it, personally. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit. I don't care as much about this stuff. Let's go find... I want to see how much you enable Legion. I want to see deep wards. I want to see smokes. I want us to get involved with that Legion commander. We both have 6 now, so you could go heal. Or just buy like a clarity, buy a smoke. Get a duel going. She's pretty low, so she also needs to heal up first. It kind of give away that you have a ward here. You shouldn't see this quite yet. It's actually really close that this melee creep reveals it. I think if they're watching, though, I would feel suspicious because I think your animation's starting too soon. And you guys shouldn't see up here, which means you have vision on the high ground. If you wait a moment longer, then you can fake it as melee creeps are giving you vision. All right. Critique. AA with Ice Vortex. It even got nerfed to be more expensive. If you do some bottle dropping, it's going to be useful for you to extend your mana pool. Coming back down to Slark, but I don't want to be with Slark. I want to be with Legion. So I think instead of coming this way, you should have gone this way. It is working out, though. I think if this doesn't work out, though, it's just going to feel like a waste. Like, you're just going to be absorbing Slark's space instead of playing with Legion Commander. Like, Legion Commander ended up coming here to you guys, and that means PA is free farming. And it kind of works because you guys got a double kill, and now you're going to take the tower. But if they had backed off fast enough and you guys get nothing, and PA just gets the space, that's going to feel like bad. I want to see a smoke on this. Who was asking about smokes earlier? When you have a hero who needs to kind of snowball someone like Legion who needs to get duels, like back-to-back-to-back smokes is fine. Every time she has duel, look for a kill. It should be really easy. Like, Ice Vortex, Ice Blast, and her duel should be a kill pretty much every time. She doesn't have Blink, so it is harder. But, I mean, it's as long as you're not going to OD, I think you can literally run people down with the smoke, get the vision set up, wait in, like, certain areas, Ice Vortex them slow. I don't think you have to wait for Blink to start doing this. If nothing else, you can just force the objective, because if they come to defend, then you can get the duel. Instead, we're once again down here with the Slark. So even though the kill scores are like, you guys are getting kills, right? But I mean, look at the net worth. PA is ahead. This is what happens when you keep coming to the carry. Like, he's not farming. He is constantly splitting with all of you guys, and sometimes he's dying for these fights. Whereas PA is like perfectly being left alone. 4-1-5, 72 last hits. On her way to the Battle Fury. Probably never felt fear in her life yet. Smoke over. We keep coming down here, so I mean, a smoke over to the shrine at 14 minutes could be good with Legion. Slark getting punished by the PA again because he's behind her. Here we go. So this one's good. It's at 14 minutes. I think you've been out of the lane since like 8 minutes. Maybe there was one right after I skipped ahead, but that's still 6 minutes in the early game where PA is mostly left alone. And you're having a great start, so you can do a lot to her, especially with the magic damage. Oh, that was you with the smoke question. Okay, perfect. So then, yeah, like Legion is one of them. So like here, actually, this is the perfect case I talked about, right? As this tower is dying, if you have a smoke and you have some observers ready to go, this tower falls, push out this wave, smoke. And you can either come through here, you run into someone in the jungle, maybe you kill them. You connect with Ember, you guys are like standing over here, they try to defend, you just like dive the tower with a fortify, you kill them. Along the smoke, you place the observer somewhere, top side, bottom side, don't care. Legion, she has duel ready, you would get her another duel kill, up to 2 duels. Right, this is like the perfect time. If Legion doesn't get a lot of early duels, she often falls flat. So I'm very willing to commit a lot of these types of consumables, the deep wards, the smokes, like every time it's available to keep doing something with her. You guys took that tower. You had 4 heroes here. They were avoiding it, so they're probably not even in this area. In fact, I'll show you guys this. If they aren't defending a tower because you just got kills, the odds of them being in this area in high numbers is quite low. They are typically somewhere else on the map. Kind of true, right? OD Shaman, so she is in the back. So the fact that we had so many heroes top and we took a tower, but then look at your wards. We never got any deep wards, and this is why you can't trust other support players. Jakiro puts this ward, but this is like a ward you place at 6 minutes to help Legion stay up here on her own while this tower is alive. This does not help Legion find kills now. Like, it will a little bit when PA comes up, but you really want something in here or in here. Whoever pinged it is right. Like, this is where you want the vision, somewhere back here. Like, that's where the PA actually is, right? She's further in than out here. So the fact that we didn't get a deep ward down from that is a bit of a miss. And if we look at your vision, it's all along this river, which does not help you set up any plays whatsoever. It doesn't give you enough information. If they're smoked, none of these wards will spot that happening. No one walks into the river and then smokes. All the smokes are happening back here, behind towers, over here. If you guys want to make a play, it's completely blind everywhere you go. So there must be a deep ward down somewhere. Otherwise, you can't. It's not that you can't do anything, but it's blind. And that brings in the random chance of whether you're finding success or not. But when you have the observers down, you can better orchestrate a working play. PA respawns. I would love, if we had duel, let's say, I would love to just immediately smoke and kill her again. I need to know which one she's going to. And if you have like an observer up here, you can start crossing off options. Like, I don't see her, so she's like one of the other places.
Oops, going in too far. Perhaps with a deep ward, we would have seen enough heroes that Ember would not have dove in on that. He shouldn't do it anyways. But if you can provide the vision, it does help. I would say you can consider a deep observer ward to snipe it with Ice Blast, but rarely ever happens anyways, so who cares? Who cares? This is actually a game people are going for it. Let's go. Let's go. Good players in this game. Farm these Jakiros. Be brave. Get in there. Get that money. I don't know. I guess your team doesn't like free money. Just Kia, where are you going? Just come back and finish it. Getting a little scary at this point, I guess. I don't know why your team just ran away. That was like 250 gold over there. I guess I was right. No one ended up doing it. We literally had the whole team here, and then you guys left. I thought you guys were there for it. Too bad. Good Ice Blast kill. Perfect time to do Tormentor. Anybody? Perfect time to also move in here. Scan, get in here, place a deep ward in this triangle. I would do something like here or here to keep it alive. Jakiro's going to try, it looks like. But he puts it in a place that sucks, and this is why. And he even kills it from the low ground. This is why you can't trust other support players, guys. Off this OD kill, you should come in this way. This is much less likely to get scouted. Drop a sentry first if you want. If you're not going to do it, then scan, and then like do it from the low ground if the scan doesn't connect, so that no one's looking at you. Otherwise, put the sentry and then put the observer down. So we're going to lose this. Also, this isn't deep enough. So I still don't know who's jungling in here or if a smoke is happening back here. This is 2 in the corner, unfortunately. This is the type of observer you place when all 5 heroes are alive and you're too scared to walk up. And so you're like doing it from the bottom edge real quick and running. And you actually probably shouldn't even do this type of observer in those cases. It should be on your own half. But you guys just killed OD. You have 4 heroes down here. Like, what better time to place a deep ward in this area than now? This side or this side? I don't give a shit. Smoked up. The perfect time to do it. Jakiro, drop one like right here. Drop one back here. This is why you don't want to place every single observer you get right away. This is a common mistake from people who've been flamed too often, and they're affected by the trauma, and now they just drop them. But when these types of plays happen, it's really tough to come in here and place a deep ward on your own as a support. But inevitably, something like this happens. For good or bad reasons, it happens. And in these moments, this is where you just like drop the observer like right here in the middle of the fight and keep going. And hopefully no one notices. This is the time to place a deep ward without just feeding. Blast. Solid. All right. If I see anybody go home, Ember can go home because of his ult. If anybody else goes straight home, it's a miss. There's nothing to be scared of. Literally everyone is dead. Unless you try to do an ancient camp that you can't because you're too low. That'd be dumb. Supports. Push lanes and de-ward and ward right now. Cores should push lanes, take objectives, and then farm backwards. Anybody who goes home and farms their own half of the map is griefing their own game. Good. Good. Okay, but we don't need everybody here. This is there's a whole rest of the map. So one of you guys should have gone this way. Farmed out top. Someone can stay mid. The odds of you taking this tower right now are pretty low, especially when the creep wave's back here. So you kill this creep wave, but you don't actually have to stay here to take this tower. Someone should have made their way this way. And then you farm the camps and you come back this way. And depending on the respawns, when it's happened, maybe you cut it sooner. But these are long enough that you should be able to go to like pretty much every lane and get back. We did get a deep ward down. It's unfortunately on one of the most common spots, but It is a deep ward. You have one, so you can come into this triangle and do it. Or you can break this tree so that the ward from Jakiro is a little better. But we're going to dive as they're close to respawning, which is pretty scary. You guys are trying to take this tower, but we cannot take it. And now they're going to respawn and come defend it. So instead of full map efficiency, we trade it for a third of the tower. It's better than going back to your own half of the map and farming, but does often bait in stuff like this. Let's see if this backfires on you guys now. Because we never left to heal, so we're low. So as they respawn, they can find return kills. So we lose the Legion for a third of the tower. That's not worth it. Your team could have easily picked up 1,000 gold off of that winning fight from splitting up on the map. Instead, I think you guys got about like 200, maybe 300 from the creep wave and then like one camp. And now we lost Ember, now we lost this tower. If you guys do what I said, you can all heal, and then as they respawn, they're dealing with all the waves. So they're like, one guy comes here, one guy comes here, one guy comes here, and you guys have all healed up, and now you have another smoke, and you pick your favorite target based on the deep ward that you have placed from this time. You know that PA went here and OD went here, and we don't want to fight near OD because he is the save for duel. So we go to the PA and we find her farming here with a deep ward that actually sees in this area, or we see her over here because we've done the math and we see OD here. We don't see PA here. We don't see PA here. So she's over here. And then you head into that area. Trying to read chat. What kind of fight happened? Get the OD kill. The duel. Actually, I think that Ice Path griefed. She had Blade Mail up, didn't she? Probably gets that duel if the Blade Mail actually connects. Okay, we have to place a deep ward. Okay, we're checking for vision first with the sentries. That's great. We're not going to place it in this area that we just dewarded. Excellent. It could maybe be a little further, but either way, this is fine. I'm only saying a little further just because we killed it here, so I'm a little scared they'll put like a sentry back here and it'll be like kind of close. But otherwise, this is good. We dewarded. We placed a deep ward while here. Now as I'm scared because my teammates are leaving, I can leave, and this is fine. This is good. Now duel is back up. We have the blink. We have the ice blast. So now I'm watching this mini-map and I want to kill someone with a duel. Nature's is always going to be somewhere back here till the fight happens. So if I can get a ward on any of those spots, which is maybe this one, right? Fantastic. If we find PA, also always a great kill. OD is the main guy. I don't really want to duel until I know where OD is. So everyone watch the minimap right now. Ping Tormentor. It won't happen, but we must ping it anyways. Everyone's missing. Okay, Shadow Shaman's bottom. Is he worth orchestrating everyone over to kill? You know, if we're in the area, I'll take it. But I don't really want to move a bunch of heroes just for Shadow Shaman. But I'm going to take note of it. We're still missing 4 heroes, so I wasn't going to commit anyways. No one's showing up here. So I really think they're all in this area. So what Slark is doing right now is kind of crazy, depending on their lineup. For example, walking into a Hex stun could be the end of him if they get some big hits in. I'm just doing some mathematics here. They're not here. They're not here. One guy's here. So they're not all in base. They've got to be doing something. They're not here. They're not here. They're not here. Well, they could be here. But this tower is up. So the odds of them being here is kind of low. But maybe in here. This is where they're most likely to be. So Slark walking in on his own into 2 instant disables. One's here, but one's still missing. Is very scary. Okay, OD's up here, so you guys are going to go Twin Gate and kill the Shadow Shaman. Never mind, you guys want the OD instead. It's probably the better kill. Caught sight of him, so this is a good smoke. This is where if you do have a deep ward, it helps a lot to know where you have to go, which you kind of do. You had this one, so you know OD wasn't over here, so you guys came top. And now we're going to get a dual kill for it. I don't know what he's doing over there. People typically respond to this stuff at this rank. So off of one kill, you have to assume the other 4 are now in the area if you don't see them elsewhere. And you should not take crazy risks because usually when you get the first kill, you used abilities to do it. Oh, it's happening. Oh my god. 10 minutes late, but we got it. Who got that? Slark got that. Lol. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Someone got it. That's what matters. We lost our deep ward. I've been zooming around, so maybe it expired. I don't think so. I will never ward here again. Unless it's required by a team fight. We're going to de-ward. We're never going to put another deep ward in this area. Because the point of the deep ward is to survive. And if I've lost one already, there's a higher chance than normal that they'll check the area again. Neither of you has an observer right now, though. I thought maybe we could place a deep ward now, but I don't know where they all are. I guess you guys just lost them. Maybe they're in the shop. No? I got the one down here, but... What's this? Oh, they were on the courier. Okay. Let's see where Jakiro places them. Sentry here. That was kind of what I was worried about earlier. I mentioned, right? Like, that's why I wished it was a little deeper than this area because of the sentry that might come here. I think you're pinging that they have vision. This deep of a play is not strictly required, but you guys are 14k up, so it's kind of working out. Okay, I'm not so worried about the rest of it. Chaos mode. Drop him in, guys. Oh, TK Blues, thank you. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. I think he posted a replay up earlier, so I'll see if I find it to pick it. What do we got? We got some Immortal Bounty Hunter. Got a Jakiro game. Yo, Rune Sage is here. What's up? Got the Ringmaster. Plank says you were griefing him in lane. Was he feeding hooks to the Pudge? That sounds like a good Whose Fault Is It Anyways episode. I'm gonna take note of that just in case. I'll see if we get to that today, but that might be a Whose Fault later.
Let me see. What ranks have we covered today? Divine, Crusader, Divine, Archon. Well, let's do this legend one first, and then maybe we can do the bounty hunter one next. Okay, this is see, this one's Monches. Oh, actually, give me 1 second before we start this. I have to I gotta make dinner later. I gotta take something out of the fridge so it can be room temp. 1 second. Okay. I'm kind of clicking as the desk was lowering. Mildly concerning, but I couldn't see what it was. I wish we were doing some steak. We're gonna do all of this was bought on sale at different times. So I've had these frozen pork ribs in the freezer for ages bought on sale. And then recently HEB had corn and asparagus on sale. So gonna do a bunch of stuff in the oven later. Okay, we're gonna start with the Monches game. So this is the Legend Position 5 Jakiro game. Trying to where the heck did my thing go? Here. You were laning with Tiny versus Medusa offlane and Zeus. Tiny wanted to go aggro and said you were ruining his lane. Didn't play the best, but also had a different view of how it should go. Okay. Let's see. Jakiro Tiny is potentially a strong lane. You should probably buy a magic stick. I see you have enough money. Maybe you're thinking about it. I don't know who exactly is in your lane, but I do think there's a lot of good stick heroes to play against. Maybe you were thinking Sand King in the lane, so you got 2 sentries for the invis, which I think is pretty understandable. It's a little confusing, this game, so maybe if you want to start 1 sentry and then save the money and see. At the same time, it's not like you won't use the 2nd sentry on the different camp, so I don't mind if you just start 2, but I do think you should start with his magic stick. My read on it, let's pretend I knew it was Zeus Medusa in that lane. Okay, first blood, unfortunate. I think once you see this many heroes, you should probably back off, like right here. I think it's time to give up this rune. Because first of all, even if I could live, it's not that bad to take Burrow Strike level 1. So I think the odds of me actually getting the rune are kind of low. And then there's also more of them here than we have. So I would just leave now. Maybe you can like dual breath and run, but you go for the bounty.
You end up dying. This stuff happens. I'm not going to worry about it too much. But you maybe live if you don't attempt that. Okay, so once we come in here and we see it's Medusa and Zeus, this will be an annoying lane. I think you're going to need to buy an extra set of tangos. If you could body block this camp every time, it would technically be ideal. I'll understand if you still use a sentry because you don't think you'll remember, because I do that shit all the time. But it's usually not worth sentry blocking versus Zeus. Just use it to unblock your small camp and then try to remember to body block this. Once you're level 2, if it comes down to a direct fight, you'll beat Zeus with Liquid Frost and Dual Breath. So you just have to like play it safe. If you have to sentry block it and then he dewards it in the first wave, that's fine. But then by the second spawn, you should probably have level 2 at that point, and you should be comfortable body blocking, unless Medusa also comes over, but like that's a separate issue. I think you just want to farm here. Modern Tinies mostly just farm through the laning stage. There's still aggressive potential, so we can see how it goes, but my initial read is with you, I would just farm things up. No Gorgon's Grasp now, so you can play more aggressive than usual. Ooh, missed the body block. Maybe a little off on the timing. So you don't want to be too far out of the lane. You don't need to chase too far. We do want level 2. If they back off, just go for the last hits. All right, the denies. I mean, don't go, don't go for the last hits. But like, for example, if we're level 2 and Zeus is walking that way, he's 100% dead. So you come for the small pull. I think you could probably just do a hard pull here. Because you hit level 2, I think if you attempt this hard pull and then fight, you can get the kills. Now this one's a kill if you land the... Okay, unfortunate that they get the kill first. It was a good Gorgon's Grasp, though. This one should be a Liquid Frost. Because you're right on top of her, as long as you get 2 rounds of auto attacks off, the Liquid Frost is more damage when combined with Dual Breath than Liquid Fire. So when you do Dual Breath, oh, you actually use this first. So you should Dual Breath first and then Liquid Frost. And then you can even commit the Blood Grenade and then auto attack her the whole way down. That's for sure a kill, but kill or not, it's the most damaging combo you can go for, which if Zeus is not here and I don't see him anywhere, we're trying to get as much done as possible. That's the combo you want. Liquid Fire is better as a casual harass when you're not going to chase or you're not going to commit Dual Breath. It looks like you should still get the kill in the end. It's taken a while, but there we go. You still get the kill. Pick up the Lotus. Great. Heal up with the Tangos. You could buy a Raindrops. Raindrops is pretty good versus the Mystic Snake. As you're walking by here, you're going to make it in time for the pull, so that's fine. If the pull timing is wrong for whatever reason, then just go for these denies. You might have this on... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, I wasn't sure if it doesn't show auto-cast in replays. Like, maybe it was bugged. But you don't need to use the Liquid Fire there. You've actually got... So, let's go back. Let me show you something. So, I'm very bad about this. This is a do as I say, not as I do kind of moment. If you click this Zeus, and you see he has no health regen... He's not going to want to approach, even with full mana. If he's down to really low health, it's very scary to do anything. So
technically, we don't have the most mana. I don't want to use spells carelessly, but you have a Mango, you have a Lotus, and you have 11 wand charges. So when it's needed, I will be able to use spells. So because of that, I'm willing to throw something out here. I would let Zeus walk up, go like right at this tree, wait for him to get right here, and you should dual breath into Liquid Frost and chase him. You're not going to kill him, but he's going to take at least half of his health as damage, I would say. He might Heavenly Jump away. That's okay. You'll still do a lot of damage to him. And at that point, he can't do anything. You can restore your mana. He cannot restore his health. He has no health regen whatsoever, and he's greeting for boots. This is why it is dangerous to do this in the laning stage if there's still a lot of lane left. So try to watch people's inventories, and when they have no more health and you have, or let's just keep it to consumables actually. When you have more consumables to work with than them, you want to take bigger trades. As long as you're not dying, taking bigger trades will typically pay off for you because they can't do anything about it, but you can. Is there a case to use Liquid Fire to reduce attack speed of the enemy? Yes, but I don't. In the early game, like, I think this Liquid Fire on top of Dual Breath is maybe overkill, and actually killing them sooner would technically make them do less damage, right? It's the best crowd control in the game. So I don't know. Looking at it, like the 40 attack slow, let's say, versus 18 bonus procs, and there's like 5 movement slow on Liquid Frost too, right? So this is more aggressive potential because of that, because of the slow, because of the damage. That's why I think Liquid Fire as casual harass is better. It would have to be a really close fight where you're like, I think we're both going to die for this. It's going to be right on the edge, and maybe attack slow makes a difference. And I think that's, I don't even know if I would feel comfortable judging that. I would default to like, I'm going to go full damage and kill him with Liquid Frost. But maybe, I'm sure mathematically there is some window there, but I think it would be really difficult to tell. I think this guy just jumped up. Is that what I heard? That's crazy. If you can get close to this guy, he's dead. I don't know if you noticed it, but that's his escape. As soon as he uses that, if you can go aggressive, it'd be great. Especially out here in the jungle. In the lane next to Medusa, it's much harder. But if this guy's like out here, I'd be pretty happy if you can like sneak in close or something. Since you do know he went this way, you should go for the Medusa here. This should be a... Anytime you can take a bigger trade, you want to. The Liquid Fire level 1, earlier this stream, I talked about Liquid Fire Harass level 1 versus Dual Breath level 1. That's mostly for level 1. By level 2 onwards, as long as you have the mana, anytime you can do more damage with Dual Breath Liquid Frost, I would say go for that. Essentially, as long as you can commit to more of a trade, go for that. If you literally can't, it's too scary, 2 heroes, right? That's where you throw out the Liquid Fire. But this is a case where Medusa is on her own and you have tons of resources, and you should be hitting her with the Dual Breath and the Liquid Frost and like running her down for a little bit and make her use some of these mangoes, like scare her, get her low. This is like very casual harass, but this is big trade window. I have no idea where Zeus is. It's like over here, right? This is hard to know to do, but you actually had this. So earlier we were like, what's the point of this Watcher? This is actually one of the uses of the Watcher. When the enemy comes over and captures it, it does let you know where they are. And it may not seem like a lot, but 1 hero here and 1 hero here is a big weakness for most pairs. Someone like Weaver maybe doesn't matter as much, but Jakiro or any big trading hero is really looking for those opportunities, because you might lose 2v1, as many do, but 1v1, Jakiro is king.
among other people who are also king in 1v1s. But whatever, you get the idea. Zeus isn't here, so like we should be going on this, and it's not an issue of mana because of what we have. If it was a mana issue, then Liquid Fire's fine. So far, I don't know what Tiny's issue is. He's last hitting fine. I'm okay with what's going on. I mean, I'm highlighting cases where you can be more aggressive, and if that's Tiny's issue, then I guess fair enough. But his own game is, like, fine right now. Okay, so kind of close. They get a lot of damage in. I think that was a... Oops. I think that was a double hit on the Gorgon's Grasp, unfortunately, for you. This was a Liquid Frost. Oh, it wasn't. It was just at the edge. I'm stupid. Can I tell you guys something? This is my biggest issue in casting, especially as the analyst. My short-term memory is absolute dog shit. So when a fight breaks out, it's a coin flip on whether I remember what just happened or not. And if you ever hear me stumble after a team fight, know that I was suddenly filled with self-doubt about what happened in that team fight that I was about to talk about. This is why I'm way better at content creation, because we can go back and forth and look at stuff. And with the right information, I think I arrive at the right conclusion a lot of the time. But when I have to go off of memory in a live cast, I'm like, oh God, I have no idea what just happened. And I stumble when I can't remember correctly. Earlier, I pointed out when you could have hit him with the bigger trade, the dual breath and the liquid frost, and you didn't. This is some of the punishment of that happening. He feels confident enough to do that, and he's right. But instead, he might die to that toss and the tree throw if you had hit him like 172 damage. If you earlier, whenever it happened, if you had committed the like dual breath and liquid frost and all that, maybe you get him low enough that that is a kill in return. From here, you can go back top. If you ended up somewhere else, I wouldn't mind. That liquid fire is fine because I don't expect to chase with dual breath this close to their tower. There's another pull. And I guess around now is when Tiny is like, I want to be more aggressive, and you're trying to do a pull, is my guess. Here, don't get baited by Medusa. She's way too tanky. Get Zeus. Dual breath, liquid frost. He'll try to jump away, which is fine and all. But if a kill's happening here, it's the Zeus. It's not the Medusa. And if it is going to be the Zeus, it's off of him misusing Heavenly Jump or the Avalanche interrupting it long enough to kill him. So you should make sure to hit him with the spells over the Medusa. Medusa is quite literally tickled by this series of events. Ooh, it's close. Yeah, if you go for the Zeus there, that's a kill, and then maybe you still end up dying, but at least you'll get it cleaner, and there's a chance of survival. Yeah, Risey boy. I have the same issue when playing. Someone will ask, like, was Chrono used? I'm like, God, he just solo killed me. Couldn't even tell you. It's a problem. We all have our weaknesses. And having a brain is mine. Alas. By the way, I'm fine with your assessment of how the lane should go in this game. If your build 102 is actually better if you go Twin Terror typically, because that aligns with it. Like Twin Terror is for having a stronger lane. If you think you're mostly just about like utility, you'll see either 201 or like 141 a little bit more. I don't mind this 102 even with Icebreaker for the record, but it's I feel a little less common. Yeah, like the extra damage on Ice Path. Well, this is where like the nerf hits it, right? And that's why I think last patch, definitely open for it for more kills. It's just really tough to get a Medusa, and with the jump from Zeus, it's like, can we do enough damage in the chain stun off Ice Path? Otherwise, he's gone. And that's why that's tougher. Ooh, that was looking... I thought you guys would get something there. You ended up a little under-leveled. I don't remember if your team lost the shrine or not. You guys did get the shrine, but you ended up level 5. I mean, you died in the lane after the kills, so that's partly what got you. We highlighted a little bit about how you were slightly late to level 2 because you were a little bit out of the lane. That can snowball. A hero like Jakiro can win the lane, and then you end up with a lot of levels. You can be a little further back. This is scary. Alright. I'm gonna highlight some camera movement improvement here. I know it's not the easiest thing, but I am missing information in these team fights based on what you're looking at, and that means you're missing information. So all of this is fine. As Jakiro, well, really any support, try to figure out who you can kill and who you can't. And then try to understand if your job is to keep unkillable people out of the fight or to help your team kill others. That is a eternally to be worked on issue. But in this fight, some of it, I notice you're focusing like Morphling and Medusa, and they're just like, they're not going to die with the heroes you have right now until more show up or something. And that means your spells are being, to a degree, a little bit wasted. Whereas if you can like focus on whatever your team is looking at, that'd be great. This is the start of like camera issues. I know there's other enemy heroes in this game, in this fight, but like I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if like Epi's being channeled. I don't know if like Lion's low or anything, because you're up here. So somewhere in this fight, if you could, you have to work on like moving the camera down a little bit and then snap back to your hero with like a hotkey. I know it's a tough habit to build, but it's essential to know, like, especially for a hero like Jakiro, where should I line this ice path? Like, okay, I want to hit Morphling coming up here. Maybe we can kill him, but I should also hit more heroes. I got to know if they're coming in from this way or if they're coming in from like this way. And where you're looking at, like, it's going to be tough to know. It matters for other heroes too, especially longer ranged heroes. But like, so we ice path this, and then at that same moment, these heroes walked in. So now with that information in hindsight, it's like, well, should I be focusing this Morphling who's like 1200 health and we actually don't even have the greatest damage here? Or we've currently coiled 2 like low health heroes, a third low health hero is over there. Suddenly it makes a lot more sense to throw our spells this way and try to kill these guys, and then maybe 4 of us can run down the Morphling last. But if instead we waste spells on this guy and they don't die fast enough, and then they suddenly turn a bunch of like stuns back, they might get a kill instead. So part of that goes back to like collecting information with camera movement, and then based off that information, target priority. Morphling is not that farmed, so it's not like he's going to do that much damage in this fight. It'd be great to kill him because he is, the carry, but if we can't kill him, we can't kill him. Same over here. I know there's heroes like around where this mouse is, but I don't know what is happening to them. So like, do I need to get in there and like help? Can I make a difference? Can I like angle this ice path in a way that does something different from just like aiming it directly at Medusa? If I had a Lotus, like, is it a hero I can help? I'm not sure. Yeah, then here, like, I have no idea what the chase is. And I know it's hard, but, like, it is a lot of the camera movement and then, like, snap back to the hero. It's really, like, one of the only ways to gather the information. Okay.
Risey boy. Let's see. This immortal bounty hunter. Oops, not divine. Lord. No problem, Monch. Okay. I'm gonna start this up. And should give me 1 second before we get into this. I think my fiance came back from the cafe she went out to. I'm gonna go check in. Jupiter's here in the cat cam. Well, I guess it's the regular cam, actually. Okay. What did I just say? Oh, yeah. Bounty hunter. And then you said, often struggling against TA plus range support in lane. Yeah, as bounty, it's annoying. You're going to have to depend on the invis, but also just, like, creep drag a lot. Which I see you started with boots, so it looks like you've got that in mind. I think it's fine to go... Well, let me see, actually. Who are we with? Is this offlane Wraith King, or is this, like, Razor? Looks like it's the Wraith King. Okay. Because I think Windlace makes you fast enough on its own, so sometimes, like, Tango plus other stuff, and the Windlace is a middle ground between creep dragging and playing the lane. I think you could... Kind of a minute thing. So you got to call it out for your... I recommend... Not that you strictly have to, but I recommend in any of these first blood fights for you guys who are willing to talk or at least ping, call out the targets, because otherwise it gets split. You know, some people hit one hero, some others hit the others. But, like, when you focus a target, that is the best in these kind of situations. So a lot of times I find myself calling, like, TA, then Legion or whatever. I actually think you guys can go for Legion here if you want. You kind of invis walk away, but your team seems like they're ready to keep going. So I think you should actually be trying to body block her and then use the invis to get away if, like, Huskar starts killing you and it's like, oh shit, this is bad. It would have been tough because she's in the river anyway. So it's like, it's a very, like I said, it's a very minute thing. Good sentry early to make sure you kill the TA. It does mean we won't be able to block or unblock, so we're gonna have to be very on point with remembering to do that, and then still debating on the creep drag or not. Yo, that was a suspicious... He started an animation, so there's a sentry there, which I guess you should know because you had one down and then it's gone. I would go for the body block. Let these guys walk by. Excellent. And then just body block these creeps. Guys, stop going for these watchers. They don't matter. This one's kind of useful for creep dragging, sure, or like courier killing. But this body block's a way bigger deal. Like this Wraith King bounty lane, especially because this guy took a bunch of damage.
This is a bad lane. It's not going to go well, especially at this rank. Lower ranks, you know, maybe people mess up and you get away with it. But you need to play for equilibrium. You need to get it to come out here and then run around and like stack and do things. Especially because this is Huskar versus OD, also a very volatile lane. So the more you can move around and do stuff, the better. And this is the very first step. I think you should be body blocking this. And get this to go like straight under tower, which will push out. So like instead we're getting like totally zoned here, and TA should be good enough to completely balance this. And it pretty much is balanced. A actually drew the creep aggro, so it's a little messy, but it's essentially no last hits whatsoever. Whereas if you had body blocked, she would have the same amount of last hits if she perfectly did under tower, but the whole creep wave, at least 3 would survive and would be pushing up here. You'd be set for success from the very first wave, and then you body block this camp right now, and then Wraith King is farming with low health under his tower. Instead, he's like being zoned by an AA, and like you guys still can't get last hits. Like trade the guy a bit, but okay, so she's gonna kill him, right? Like now we're getting the lane out, but it cost quite a lot. You know, so I think this was a huge missed opportunity to body block this one. And anytime you play Bounty Hunter, like strongly consider it. Like you said, if you're struggling into these ranged heroes, it's probably because you're not supposed to be even playing into the ranged heroes. Yeah, Twitch chat. YouTube says hi. I know you guys can't see it. You never body blocked creeps, great to know. Yes, Ryzy, add it in. Add it into the toolbox. It's not something you need to do for a lot of other ranks, but you're an immortal, so it matters now. Like the crazy shit you see the pros do, the weird like creep dragging, all this stuff, like, oh, we're laning over here now. Like, this is you now. It starts to actually matter in immortal. So definitely consider that. When the lane sucks, the very first wave body block, super easy on Bounty too, because you have the invis and no one wants to have to put a sentry back here. It's like so wasteful. So you almost always get away with it for free, and you literally just need to body block for 1 second and it'll go under tower. So anytime the matchup looks bad, I used to ask, like, do you want me to body block or creep drag or block the first wave? I no longer ask. I just do it. I tell them in most cases, I'm like, I'm going to body block. I'm going to do this, because a lot of offlaners don't know what they actually need. So if you think the matchup's bad, just do it. And when the offlaner is solo farming here, they're going to be happy. They're going to be fine. AA actually stacked your hard camp for you, which is great. This is the wrong time to do this. All right, let's say there's a sentry right here. It's pretty awkward, isn't it? 2 ranged heroes who can hit your sentry that they see because they have creeps here, and their sentry ends up being like, okay, up here would be weird. Let's say it's like here, right? It's going to be really tough. You're probably going to lose your sentry. So you need to wait longer. But my other question would be, does it matter if they see you right here? Let's say you don't play with Shadow Walk for the next 30 seconds. This is a really good position, right? He even Ice Vortexed in the creep wave, so it's dying even faster. This is not going to move, and you literally don't have to do anything. I can literally AFK. I can walk to the fountain, and Wraith King will be here when I come back. So whether you're here invis or not actually doesn't even matter. So I have no reason to put the sentry right now. I would hold this. And instead, all you have to do is make sure they don't pull. So actually at 2 minutes, this would be another like body block. And you don't even have to be here. And if I'm over here, I don't need to be invis or not. It doesn't matter. Because I'm not here. AA's got to chase me over here. I'm faster than him, whether he has detection or not. And then you come here and then make sure they don't do this pull as the follow-up. Like this one right here, you're walking in, but you should just be like here stopping it. Drag it this way instead. Oh, I think that was bugged a little bit. I think, yeah, you were invis this time. I think that's why you didn't want to stop it. Here you go, invis here. Okay, so you're invis right now. I was confused, like you were just walking in, they were ignoring you. I would just like hit the ancient apparition here and then walk this way. Just keep creep aggroing this away from AA. I don't know if you were here earlier. Now, you said you watched all the video, so you saw me talk about the video about creep aggro, or about like the lanes pushing in. So you're gonna enter that cycle here soon. So that's why you just need to not let them pull, and it'll be fine. Like, this fight ends up like relatively good, but at the same time, it actually doesn't matter. This is pushing in. So all you gotta do is keep stopping this stuff. This is like a fight you didn't even have to take. If you think you can get it, you know, I'm always for it, for trying. Did see a courier on the way. I think we missed the timing, but maybe on the return. Nice. Wait. Oh, okay, you got it, You didn't react for a second. I was worried. Okay, we come back here. What are we doing here, though? I think your position's actually here. Because what you're mainly worried about, again, is the pull. So you're about to walk this way, and then you're going to have to walk in this way, and they've dealt with your sentry, so they actually have a sentry down. So if you're on this side, you can actually just pull the camp this way, and it'll be very safe for you. AA does this pull right here. It'll be tough for you to contest. You'll walk in. If TA sees it, she'll walk left. They'll dust you. It'll be very close to being a kill. You maybe live if Wraith King stuns for you. But if you're over here and you're hitting this camp this way, there's actually like almost no risk until your Tranquils get here and then heal you back up to full. Then you can be in the lane again. Don't worry though. AA was not doing a pull. Oops. All right. You didn't want to lose that range creep, but you definitely needed to. Another thing to think about with Bounty. You know how they've been putting a lot of sentries here, right? He has one here. He killed yours up here, so there's no one here. I know there's at least 2 sentries in this lane. There's only a limited amount of sentries in the game, which means the other lanes are unlikely to have any. Or, like, they'll have some, but not as many. So that's why, like, anytime you get the lane back for Wraith King and you can make your way mid, you have a high chance of success if they've put this many down here. And then he's going to need one for here, now that you've, like, dealt with him and he's annoyed. Now you bring your sentry. At some moment, you get, like, the double D ward, hopefully, but at least one. Now he needs another sentry, and now they're, like, running out of stock. So it's actually really important to try to find... Not that you have to do it every game, but if you can find windows, especially in games where you're like, this lane sucks, all I do is get Equilibrium to come back, and then I leave the lane. Every time you do that, you're forcing more sentry pressure around the map, which is eating up their economy and the limited sentry supply. And then you have the choice of when you put the sentry for the unblock. So you're more likely to kill their sentries before they kill... Oh, shit! Double value. Dude, that's huge. You just took down, like, 1,500 gold. Where's the Equilibrium? It's perfect. Don't even come to lane. Don't even come to lane. Go mid. Go to Huskar. Go mess with Huskar, go Twin Gate, go mess with these guys, TP up here, wrap around, whatever. What do you need to do down here? You just took out all their money, and the Equilibrium's right here. The main thing you need to do is that this camp is stacked, and we never block this camp. So that is the 2 things you need to do. You can maybe make sure this wave goes through, and then rotate, and that would actually line up with the 6-minute rune as well. But if, in another world, these were blocked from the body blocks, sentry blocks, they prevented it, right? Then you don't need to worry about it, and you can just get out of here. Even if they do this pull, Wraith King can actually absorb a lot of XP on his own. It just sucks that it's a stacked camp, so he's going to lose all of it quickly. But he can absorb it from here. You should go for the 6-minute rune, though. You can kind of see, like, even though you're here, if you weren't here, Wraith King would have been okay. Like, he's not getting the rune either? What did it end up being? Regen? Not the most game-changing, but I think that should be you going to the power rune. Although, funny enough, OD came over here. Put the sentry so Wraith King can't meld dodge Wraith, or TA can't meld dodge Wraith King stuns. Okay. I don't remember that moment anymore. If you guys were about to go for a kill, I'd say it's fine. But my gut feeling is you guys shouldn't have been going for a kill because if the lane is pushed here and we think it's a tough lane, we should just be farming here. So I don't... Like, at some point, you can put it down, sure. But I think as Bounty Hunter, you want to be second on the sentries. Because if you think about the cycle of who places sentries and how many are required, you're perfectly fine with no sentries in the lane, right? That's ideal. They need to put the first sentry, which means you put your first sentry and you kill theirs. So you're in the advantage again. So they bring a second one and you bring a second one. They have to put their second one to kill your first one. And then you get to choose, because you are the invis hero, when you deal with that second one, which is maybe never. You maybe never come back to the lane and deal with it. Or you put the second sentry, you kill theirs. They need a third sentry. Again, you can cut your losses, go play somewhere else at the lane's ending, and you're one sentry up. Or you buy the third sentry, kill it, they buy the fourth sentry, and then you did it. Like, whatever. At some point, they are down one sentry compared to you in the early game. And that means a D ward they would like to get because they think, you know, you guys warded here. And Huskar's like, well, I already put my one sentry here and we're out of stock because, like, you guys have been using so many down here. That's why I think it's just, like, really important to think about the, like, when you put the sentries and that you don't ever want to lose yours first. So, like, when you put yours and I said, like, this is a bad time because they could kill yours first, if you know there's a sentry down somewhere and you're looking for it, that's fine to put it. But you got to make sure you can get theirs first. Because if they get yours first, now you're on the back half. Now you have to keep bringing more. And you're like, wait, I'm the invis hero. I'm not supposed to be the one losing this exchange. I'm supposed to be winning here. Let's see. This game, Solar or Spirit Vessel are both good. Ooh. Oh, the greatest Lich ult in the world! Saved. Alright, this is just a little bit scary, but I'm not going to worry about it that much. I'm just going to watch it back again. I think you actually hit her and dust now. Hit her, Q, dust, and then, like, move on for other people to scout. Because it'll prevent the refraction, and you'll get the full Q damage in that time. And then, like, maybe even the follow-up stun connects before the refraction's down. Maybe she even dies, you know? She ends up actually dodging the thing because you didn't hit her. And then you're like waiting for more, but the most important target was like here, you know, and now waiting here invis. And I think you should just like get the TA. If you guys get the TA, but you die for it, someone else dies for it, it kind of works out as long as TA is actually dying. Did work out in the end, though. Got the Huskar 2, lost the Wraith King, though. Got our track. Let's go. All right. And you're going Spirit Vessel. All right. There's more we could go into this game, but I think your main question was about dealing with the lane, and I think we talked about that a lot. So I think
We can do maybe one more. I do have to start cooking dinner, though. No problem. I'm happy to share, Risey boy. I love Bounty Hunter. I got a lot of thoughts on Bounty Hunter. Be careful of... Oh, it might be happening. I was going to say... This used to be pretty free to walk through, and not a lot of people would sentry preemptively. But nowadays, it's become quite common for, as you go for this mid push, for there to be an observer in the back, or for like a bounty to be looking. So I'd be a little careful of just like fully walking in. For example, for a very similar effect, instead of standing here, you can actually stand like back here, which is more likely to be out of the sentry range. Or if you are, it's going to bait people to kill you back here, which means like the tower's going to die. And you'll still get to see like information in here. If your team is ready to dive, you can still like blindly walk in like you are, but just depending on the game, you know. And then I guess they did have something because they got you. Let's see, what was it? Oh yeah, they did have a sentry over here in the end. Do one of your own replays. I kind of know what The one from today, I already know what I did wrong. We didn't press our freaking buttons. Let me think, what about the others? The reason I rarely do my own replays on stream is because I think usually what holds me back is not like, oh, I don't know what I should have done. It's like, I knew what I should have done and I didn't do it. I didn't look at the time. I missed the block. I knew this stuff. My game knowledge is a lot higher than my mechanical skill. So usually I don't need to do, like, I'm sure I could find more, but like there's enough things like I have to actively work on already that I don't spend the stream time looking for it. Sometimes there are moments where I'm like, I don't know what happened here, but I guess I feel I have enough things to like work on. That's why we don't tend to do it. If you guys are really interested, we could. I'd flame myself way harder than I flame you guys. You can see that. Let's see, what time is it? Because I have to... Dinner is a lot of oven stuff today, which is usually quite long. We started late, though, so I feel it's like a slightly shorter stream than usual, but if I don't stop soon, it'll be very late. We'll eat at like 8+. How much do I hold back for you guys? I'm like super self-critical. If some of you met me at Raleigh and you guys are like, thanks, I like the casting. And I was like, I think I'm a piece of shit. That was the worst casting Ricky and I have done, or like I myself have done. I think Ricky had some hype moments. He also flamed himself, you know? Like, I'm usually very critical of myself. That's just my style. Don't worry, it doesn't get too much to me mentally. But that's the style. But I think there's enough flaming in Dota, so like when we do your replays, you know, I'm not like, you piece of shit, what are you doing here? And that's what I'm thinking for myself. Yeah, you don't know what you don't know. Huskar has no mana. Could he be a good position for a Twin Gate abuser? You know what? That's so funny. I hadn't thought about the potential of I wanted to try some Huskar support. I hadn't thought about abusing Twin Gate. That's kind of a funny idea. Unfortunately, I don't think you would be the best at it because you're kind of like, you're not that fast, right? Oh, actually, you are faster than normal. I didn't realize 310. Oh no, he also has a win list. Yeah, okay, so he's like 295 or something, right? So that's the issue. You'd be like walking out the Twin Gate and they would just leave. And then you don't have an actual stun. You'd have to like maybe knock back. But you do have a silence. That's a fun idea. I don't think it's practical quite yet.
but let's pocket that information because maybe down the line he'll get something and it'll be the birth of something. You know, it'll be like Huskar jungling back here and then 3 spears, Twin Gate, 3 spears, jungle, Twin Gate, 3 spears. It'll be like some real toxic shit. That sounds funny. I like it. That's why your comm score is in 12K. No! Does it cost him health? I don't think so. I don't play Huskar. I don't think I've, in my life, I don't think I've ever twin gated with Huskar. So I have no idea. I don't think we'll do another replay, guys, but if you have any like last minute questions while we wind down the stream, hit me with it. Friday we'll be back. We will go for the 7K again. I'm confident we'll get it at some point. I know I just need to play enough and we'll get it. My win rate lately has been really high. Not to brag or anything, but I think ever since coming back from China, I've been playing a lot more, and the knowledge base is high from like all the casting and everything. So we've been generally climbing. So I'm pretty sure we'll hit 7K. How much further? I don't know, but we'll at least hit it. We just have to play enough games. Core Silencer, Irrepressible, Facet, Mask of Madness, Rush, yay or nay? I'm on the nay side. I actually think you could still play Core Silencer, but I don't even think it's that big of an issue to silence yourself. So I feel like you don't even need Irrepressible. Like, you could still be Core Silencer without the Mask of Madness, but you could get the Mask of Madness, and I really don't think it's that big of a deal and not take Reverberating instead. That's been the thing I don't understand about that facet. Like, when has Silencer... Maybe I haven't been playing Silencer enough, but like, when has it ever been an issue like, oh my god, I just keep getting silenced and I can't do anything? When does that ever happen to Silencer? That's like a Puck, Ember Spirit, Storm, the high mobility heroes. Silencer's never had that issue. So that's the thing I don't get about that facet. It's literally a meme just for the Mask of Madness, and I don't think it's that impactful. Jakiro's other facet. I think Twin Terror is better if you want to win the lane, and you can right click to do so. Because you just get more damage. I think it's like 12 damage per auto attack, and that's a lot, right? If any hero got a 12 damage buff, it would be insane. So that's what Twin Terror does. You just hit harder, and you're more likely to win the lane. And I've been exploring that because I tried Icebreaker. We know why it's good. So I've been doing Twin Terror even in games where I don't think it's the best, just to do it to see if it feels better throughout the game than I realize. But that's my understanding of it right now. Twin Terror to win lanes, Icebreaker when your stun is more important throughout the game. I think both have their place. I think both are good. I didn't know that, Plin Plin. I didn't know the bear could get the Wisdom Shrine and then you lose half XP. Interesting. I would send the bear to steal the enemy's shrine. That seems strictly good. And like, you can adjust, right? So if you see your teammates are there to take it and the enemies aren't, then you take the bear out of the shrine and let your teammate get it. But if no one shows up, no one on your team is going, and the enemy's on the way, then you just take it. You get half value. The enemy gets 0. That's always a win in my book. That sounds great. Sending it to your own shrine might be griefing. Like, that might be... It's going to be the same travel time, so you might as well go to the enemies. So that's the part that's maybe grief. But I think if you only go to the enemy shrine, that sounds strictly good. No grief. Just tested it. Huskar does not cost HP or mana on the Twin Gate. Cool. Thank you for checking that for us. I was playing support Ricky against a support silencer who took that facet. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's maybe a good use. Sounds like you beat him anyway, so maybe it didn't matter. But versus the Ricky, that's kind of cool. Did you know that bear can equip and use portal scrolls? I did know the bear can teleport around. Is it different than that? Like, the bear also has a TP spot, right? In the past, he didn't. And you would just use it like regular. I think that's the last time I really played Lone Druid. I don't know if there's like a difference to it beyond that. Actually, I'll tell you what. It's really annoying ever since... Because I think I tested it a little bit. Ever since you got a teleport scroll spot and you can't like drop those, one, you can't share it with teammates, which is maybe a blessing. Because, you know, back then they'd be like, support, give me your scroll. And you're like, oh, yes, boss. Here you go, boss. You know, now they can't do that. But also, man, that unlocked a core memory. You know, like people die back and they're like, I don't have money for TP. Someone drop me one. You're like, God, you're feeding and it's costing me money. Oh, that was painful. But the bear for Lone Druid, you can't like split the scrolls between you now. Like it's stuck on one or the other, if I remember. I previously read a list of LD bugs and interactions. I don't have time for it right now. You hate Rubik? Oh no, it's just because I was playing Jakiro a lot. I'll take Rubik off once we hit 7K and we stop insta-locking Jakiro. Though maybe we will keep insta-locking Jakiro to try to get our second Grandmaster hero ever. I actually like playing Rubik. Whether I'm good at Rubik, different issue. But I do like Rubik. Okay. I have to go start working on dinner. Any tips for harassing in lane with Venge given her attack ranges? Meh. Don't play Venge. This is her issue. This is why Venge is one of the worst heroes in the game right now. You're absolutely right. Having a short range makes it so hard. You almost have to treat her like a melee hero. And it's why she's so bad. Because, like, the other melee heroes are stronger than her. The longer range heroes outrange her. She, like, doesn't have something going for her. Because she was too good with the W, and then they over-nerfed it when it was, like, reducing base damage and everything. So she really does lose to, like, everyone. So when it comes to harassing, I actually think you have to buy a lot of regen. You have to almost go in assuming you're going to take losing trades and just have more regen than them, which sucks, which is why, like, she's so bad. The other thing you could do is try to avoid playing the lane by doing a lot of pulls and stacks. Wave of Terror is really good for that. But that's, again, kind of a suboptimal to play if you don't have another option. I really want to play her. I love the set I have for her. I just wish she was good. I said that, and then she became good, and then I didn't play her that much, and then I missed my window, and now she's shit again. I didn't learn my lesson. I had to wait 2 years to play her, and then I didn't play her enough. Now we gotta wait again. Yeah, once you get through the lane, I mean, swap is still good for pubs, so it's fine, but yeah, don't expect to win the lane with that hero. I would say try to use just try to use Wave of Terror efficiently on the harassing, reduce the armor and attack, and then try to like multi-stack to get back from a bad lane. Yeah, if you're with people who already win lane, that's the best. But that's at that point, right? Like you might as well be another stronger support who can help win lane harder. But whatever. They'll buff her again eventually or something. If you could rework, change, remove any hero in current Dota, what would you change? Make Venge a little better. I don't know. I don't mind too many of the reworks. I'm trying to think of what I miss the most. I really liked playing Clink support. If they could buff that a little bit, that'd be great. Rework Tinker and Techies again. I actually play new Tinker more than old Tinker, so I am a benefiter of Tinker rework. I did like old Techies. I was perfectly fine with the Minesweeper games. I know a lot of people hated it, but I didn't. I think it changed the way Dota is played, but I find that interesting rather than like hating it. So I actually didn't mind. But I don't mind new Techies either. Oh yeah, Arc Warden's kind of dead. But maybe that's fine. Ooh, yeah, Necrobook. Necrobook was good. This was my hot take. In the past, it was Quelling Blade on support before that became more of a thing. I was a big believer in that. My other hot take was that rushing Necrobook versus the Techies was actually kind of good for supports. I would do it on Jakiro. If you dig through all my Jakiro games, maybe even Treant, there's definitely games where my very first item is Necrobook 3 versus Techies. And I genuinely think it was good, at least for pubs, for how often people would feed into mines. I truly believe that getting the true sight from the Necros and then cleaning out your map, as well as being able to use it in general for dewarding and fights and all that, I think it was actually good for how bad people were at playing patiently and not running into mines. Joel, usually it's you just drop in the game and I randomly pick stuff, but we're actually ending the stream, so I won't be able to do it today. But every Wednesday we do replay reviews, so if you're able to tune in next Wednesday, let me just double check. I have nothing next Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday we're free. It'll be the usual schedule. So next Wednesday we'll be back to doing replays, and that goes for everyone. So if any of you get your games in, feel free to tune in on any Wednesday stream. We do these replays all day. Yeah, the Necro Tusk, that's funny. Snapfire, I tried that. I think with Snapfire, like having your own thing to shoot in with the Ags. Or like Helm of Dominator. Oh, that was another hot take, guys. I used to play... this was like a very old version of Helm of Dominator. It didn't have lifesteal back then, I think. I would get Helm of Dominator on Crystal Maiden, and I would take the Harpy creep, because the lightning was really good back then, and then it always had full mana because of your passive. So I'd be like cutting waves with the Harpy. Hilarious. I think this is before Helm of the This is definitely before Helm of the Overlord. This is like 6 to 8 years ago. I think that was actually kind of good. Helm of the Dominator was better for the team back then. That one was funny. You want Suicide Squad attack back? It's all the same. It's just semantics. Okay, guys. Let's see. Where are we going to raid for Twitch? We can go to with Lisa. She's here sometimes. I don't think we've raided there in a while. So I'm going to start that going, Twitch people. I'll send you there. Thanks for hanging out. YouTube people, you know the drill. You'll be with me like an extra second or two before the stream ends. But yeah, next stream on Friday. We'll hit 7K for sure. Definitely. Oh, the denies on that one. Yeah. I kind of miss denies, self-denies to some degree. I kind of... I don't know, hit or miss on that one, but I'd be open for it to come back. But I don't think it ever will. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I gotta go make dinner, guys. I'll see you on Friday. Have a good rest of the week. Till then, see you in a bit. We'll hit 7K and we'll finally have fun and do other stuff and play like different heroes. All right, Twitch people, see you later. All right, YouTube people, we're going to continue for another 2 hours. Get wrecked, Twitch. One day we'll do that. I think that'll be funny, but not today. I do have to make dinner. One day we can do it, and then we'll see how many Twitch people catch on and come over. They're like, "What the?" I think I would find that greatly amusing. All right, YouTube people, appreciate it. I will see you on Friday. Goodbye.